Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Wireless Global Congress here in Dallas. Hope you had a fantastic day 1 yesterday. I watched majority of the sessions. They were fantastic content. I hope that you had a good time during the networking event and the social event that we did at the end of the day. For those of you that are coming just today, I'm Thiago Rodrigues. I'm the CEO of the Wireless Broadband Alliance. Welcome all of you to the Wireless Global Congress. Once more, I want to thank you to all the sponsors of the Congress. Without the support of the sponsors, we could not run this type of events. And I take the opportunity to invite you as well during the coffee break, visit our exhibitors, pass by their stands, talk to them, have a look into the different solutions that they are promoting here at our event. I want to jump immediately on the agenda for today. So we'll have a first part of the morning very focused on enterprise Wi-Fi. We'll have André Calcano from Cloud4Y talking about Wi-Fi and guest Wi-Fi for retail, enterprises, and carriers. Then we'll have Malcolm Smith from Cisco talking about deterministic Wi-Fi and the benefits of that. And we'll have as well GS Sikland from Cox talking about agnostic Wi-Fi for enterprises. And following that, we'll have Enterprise Connectivity Forum panel discussion where we'll have an open dialogue about the benefits of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 7, open roaming, bringing to the enterprise and to the retail market. And with this, I will immediately invite André Calcano, CEO and co-founder of Cloud4Y, to come on stage and deliver his keynote. Thank you, everyone.
So there's live?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Very happy, excited to introduce this approach that can facilitate the win-win within a carrier and enterprise. Thank you, Thiago, to introduce myself. And let me give an short overview about Cloud4Y. We started 2014, 10 years celebration this year. It's a big deal for tech startup, you know well. Many of us, they just died in less than 5 years. Just 3% survived over 10 years. So we are super proud about what we're doing. We are a standard tech startup backed from a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley and Europe. We raised up to now around $20 million. And we start our mission to help large enterprise to deliver the best experience of guest Wi-Fi. This concept had big evolution from customer to other personal device. It's not the same Wi-Fi that we've seen many years ago. And what we are trying to do is enhance the value for enterprise perspective, matching the need that carriers they are looking for. We act in the market as player, hybrid player, means that we work close with partners, can be managed service provider, or in some case, we have direct agreement with large enterprise. Where we are as a company, probably we are the company that has in the market the largest deployments for enterprises. We have many global deployments, means that typically we deal with corporate, and we deploy our solution everywhere, including China. Means the technology is ready to be compliant with all the regulation. You know well, when you deliver solution around the world, it's not just the technical point. There is many requirements on the compliance and the regulation side. Our solution is full compliant with all the countries around the world. We deploy more than 7,000 locations with mix between retail location, convention center, stadium, transportation hub. Clear, we have this experience overall of many vertical. And the great thing that we have seen in general, the evolution, it's the usage of Wi-Fi is increasing over time, it's not decreasing. It's one statement we have to consider. 5G is just putting more pressure on the capacity side. The Wi-Fi is taking this pressure because the technology is evolving in the right direction. Where we are now, our mobile activation, it's over 150 million users. We have around 500,000 of access points on our platform. This means that we see a lot what is happening in the real life of the user, of the brand, and what they're doing. And we are so proud to be principal member of WBA. I want to really give my thank you on the ecosystem, because the ecosystem is trying to solve problem, bring solution, and sometimes some key actors just leave from their responsibility. Here there is an ecosystem that is taking this responsibility over and trying to push all the big players that there is strong dependence there. You can see here some our brands. They are US deployments. We are as data collection and deployment. US, it's the largest country, but we have many operations around Europe, around the world. Moving on the problem, I love what people say yesterday. They say we are to commit to WBA because we start from the why. And many times, as a technology player, we start from the what. It doesn't work because between we start from the why, we need to find how after is the what. And WBA is pointing what is the problem and how we can solve that problem. At that point, we can define the solution. As a DNA, as a startup, this is our DNA. If we see here, live experience, I'm T-Mobile customers, my phone was not working, very low coverage, no way to use well the phone. And without Wi-Fi, I could not do anything. You see, it's big frustration for customers, business customers spending a lot of money, and we don't find the coverage in this guest-facing, customer-facing location. What is the impact? My background is mobile. It's not just a matter of consumer experience that's super relevant. It's consumer who has the perception that T-Mobile is not working. It means that start the mindset to change provider. This brings churn for the telco, for the carrier. But the worst thing is here, there's also a big impact in the performance. Because working on the edge, having many users on the edge, this has big impact for carrier side on the overall capacity. This it's super relevant for the carrier side. In the other side, if we see the enterprise, we are one of the best locations. Marriott is doing an incredible job bringing this huge RFP where we try to solve the experience of guest hospitality for the future. This is big mess for point of view of enterprise, because enterprise is not providing me what is the expectation on the user side. And what I can share, new generation, Zeta generation, they are not like us. They are not looking for the solution. Typically, if their experience is not working, they just leave the location. You can ask all the brands that we have, it's impressive. This is why we need to find the right solution that is seamless for consumer experience. Also here, there is Wi-Fi, I need to look, RTS SSID, I need to understand what is my right SSID, taking action, hoping that it's going to work. Hoping. We are lucky because there is open roaming here. Everyone has pass point identity, open roaming identity has seamless experience, but there is a large portion of the audience doesn't have pass point validated identity. This is one problem. Moving forward, what enterprise, I'm bringing the enterprise vision here, and I won't spend much time on the carrier side. There are many experts, but enterprise try to solve this problem. How? Investing in Wi-Fi, it's not just for consumer guests, it's the base infrastructure, it's the fundamental infrastructure they put in place. Everyone is complaining, captive portal is not working. It's true, it's working. It's not working, it's working not well. But it's the most common technology that you can find in guest-facing network in the world. Probably 90 99% of the network, they solve this problem with captive portal. We cannot fight the captive portal. We can just realize captive portal is there, has some problems. Problems in the experience, a problem in the security. No one cares about the security. Why? This is a question for the ecosystem. We are selling high security, and no one is caring about the security. Its primary investment in the corporate side is security. Second investment is AI. They don't understand, they're not aware how can be bad the security issues in the guest facing on the network. The other point is the adoption is going slower. You have seen probably that iOS released their Wi-Fi rotated feature. Means that will be probably super hard to implement MAC address return authentication in the future. This is the only thing that was working on the guest captive portal approach. At least you take the action, but the next time when I'm in the hotel, I'm moving in the conference center, or I'm moving in another hotel with MAC authentication. This is not going to work anymore. This is a mess. Sorry, super mess for consumer perspective. The other side, you know, carrier, they come in, they try to sell their solution that it's seamless. There is a large portion of the population in the US, by the way, all in the US. There is passpoint identity inside, and for sure, enabling the network, the carrier offload, you have a seamless experience. It works super well. No complaint on that. We have probably the largest network in the US. Works super well. But what is the missing here? Enterprise is not happy. It's super hard to force enterprise to say this is the solution, because they are not providing Wi-Fi to solve the issues of carrier, this coverage. They're providing the Wi-Fi to implement their digital strategy, to make sure the customer has seamless experience from web in-store, to make sure that they are really collecting information to implement the end-to-end their strategy. And you know well, the first investment today is AI, but AI doesn't work with that data. How big retail they can implement AI digital strategy personalization if they don't know anything about their consumer when they are in their stores? It's impossible. We need to realize that around the motivation, there is a strategy. Our point as ecosystem, how we can bridge these two worlds. They are different worlds. Carrier want to solve the coverage issues. Enterprise, they want to be sure there is their digital strategy in place in their store. As Cloud4Y, we try in the field. I love when people yesterday said, the innovation come bottom up. Absolutely. There's no way to move top down some problems. It's just a theory, doesn't come on the field. And WBA, we are doing a tremendous job. There was the new paper, the new requirements for engagement. You have seen what is the problem. iOS doesn't care. We can implement all the standards we want, but Apple has a big problem. They are going to fight for AI to survive. Their priority is different. And you know well, no? They have huge priority in the market. They don't put attention on this small matter for them. This is something that we need to consider. I don't believe that as an ecosystem you can move Apple without really long-term action. You know, there is a lot to do there, but they don't feel the pressure on their consumer side. As Cloud4Y, we come in real case, larger enterprise, one of the largest grocery chain in the US, was complaining a lot about the service. There was no coverage. And we try to define an architecture and solution that can be ready now, where the one side there is the carrier offload, the WBA, open roaming identity provider. Another side there is our platform that is acting in the network as a RADSEC proxy. We have the ability to understand if there is the first visitors inside the location. At that point, we can interact, I will show later, with the user. And when he's coming the next time, everything is going to be seamless, but we collect the information that help the retail to implement their digital strategy. And everything is becoming seamless. And we're going to match the two different needs. It's working for carrier offload, it's working for WBA open roaming identity provider, it's working mainly for the need of an enterprise. I will show also the number later. They are so crazy, impressive numbers that we collect. But for technical point of view, I don't want to go too deep. We can spend time later. You know, as Cloud for a while, we intercept when there is the first visitors. At that point, we have an engagement rules. We identify there is this user. We don't have in our register the CUI of the users, and we inject a portal, interact portal for user. This portal is super simple, is asking few information, but the most relevant thing is asking the consent, the opt-in of the user. At that point, this identity becomes part of the register, and everything is going to be authorized and seamless connection for the user. When the next time is coming back the user, we recognize this the user, we have the consent, we have the ability to collect all the information around the user, we manipulate with AI this user, we classify in event, a retail can do what they want. Means they can send real-time message, they can act with the external platform, they can use this information for personalization AI experience, they can do what they want. They have clear view about what's happening within their consumer and their network. For a benefit point of view, this is just few dashboard, the platform is live. You can see the journey of the user when sign up to the service, when he's visiting, when he's passing through the store, when he's coming back to another store, everything becomes transparent for the user, but there is thousand intelligence. You can see the volume of the moments. We collect a lot of moments. What is the moments? Is some events that we classify relevant for the user behavior. This is a gold part for retail to really analyze and ingest in their AI platform. For perspective, for the carrier, why we said it's really a win-win? It's for carrier perspective, they need to solve, one, coverage issues. It's mess. I live in New York, company has headquarters in New York, you cannot imagine how many places there is no coverage. The future is going to be worse there. This technology, you know, has hard time for indoor, especially some people yesterday was sharing. There's no anymore spectrum. Spectrum is done. It's done. There's no more spectrum. We cannot solve with more spectrum. CBRS, private cellular network, where are they? There's no CBRS implementation in real life. I come from the release 99. 20 years ago, they were selling the picocell. This is really vertical use case. It's not coming inside the real world of retail, customer-facing or guest-facing world. It's more complex than a captive portal, the enablement of the users. We can solve the coverage. We can improve the network performance. It's not a matter of all coverage. The big issue is that telco, they are really realizing with the 5G when many users, they are in the edge, there is no coverage. It's not a matter of coverage. It's a big impact on the capacity. And this is the real problem. The cost per bit is changing. The business case they just released, it's not working anymore like they were thinking. And this we need to try to solve. They need to try to solve this potential solution. On the other side, they can try to keep the customer, because I'm not happy if I'm not having my service and paying $90 per month as business user. It doesn't work. We have less problem. European telco, they have less problem in coverage than the US, but it's another matter. For enterprise, they have the ability to provide a seamless Wi-Fi with high security, solve the issue of the captive port. There is any more problem on the MAC randomization, but since all the problems that are coming up, they see a massive increase of data collection. I will show later in the real case. On the other side, they start really to implement what means location-aware experience. Because when you know how is the customer behavior, you can predict with AI, and you can really anticipate the event of the customer journey inside the store or outside the store. Real case, guys, to share with you, large chain in US, one of the largest chain that we have in this country. We start more than 16 months ago. We went down with all the technology. It means that captive portal, carrier flood, WBA, open roaming, all in place. It's visible also in the maps that released yesterday, WBA on open roaming maps. You want to see it's for sure the largest implementation here that there is for open roaming. We have seen incredible results. First, we cannot kill the captive portal. Why? Because no 100% of the user, they have pass point identity in their phone. It will be a large part of the consumer user in the US, probably around 25%. Telco, they implement pass point profile all in part of the subscriptions. Is that prepaid? It's not part of this policy. There is a part that we need to consider. But in the number, the result, if we consider the captive portal approach versus the other approach, means carrier offload and WBA open roaming identity is 10 pair, just on the identity side. In the volume of behavior, we are talking about 100 pair. Means that collecting all the information after the first visit, we see 100 pair data points versus captive portal. This is incredible result for a brand. They want to stay live in the future. They want to use AI. They want to be sure that consumer have the right experience. As Cloud4Y, we are part of this ecosystem. There are other companies are working with the same approach. I believe that as an ecosystem, we cannot wait that Apple is going to solve our problem. It's not going to happen soon. We need to try to bring real result that bring more use case, more adoption. And we are soon launching a program where all our customers, they are open to make an agreement to facilitate this adoption. This can become a very large use case with million users that can accelerate really the solution of this big problem. Thank you. I'm going to spend a few hours after the meeting here. If anyone has any interest, want to discover more, we can spend time together.
Thank you, Andrea. Don't go away. Don't go away. Let's see if there is any questions from the audience.
Sorry, guys.
There is one question from Maria. Yeah, 1 minute. Microphone is coming.
Very quick question. You spoke about portals and the drawbacks, which I completely agree with. One thing that enterprises have often see portals for is to push advertising to customers and to have a point of contact, if you like, with that customer as they enter their venue. Are they reluctant to give that up with this approach because they will no longer have that capability?
It's a good point, but in our customer base, they just left from this approach. It's not compelling the journey. This means that they have the ability to interact real time with the customer. If they want to promote like a product or they want to push in communication, they have one-to-one conversation. Because they have the activation of the user, they have the contact point. Typically, they collect the mobile phone. If they have marketing opt-in in, they start the interaction with the real time. So all this information that we collect, they come inside the customer data platform of the retail. We have integration. Instead, they have this all live log events, and they don't interact anymore on the portal journey. The portal becomes just an activation portal, not like an onboarding portal. There is no way, I don't see any future on advertising on the portal. I'm seeing that can be in a location like airport, Boingo does, or in flight, but it's big deal for consumer go to know. You feel like you are in free Netflix. A big brand, they don't want that customer, they feel to be, like in the freemium service. Okay.
Any other question? There is one question, Rajat, and another one from Reza.
This particular use case we shared in grocery stores, are these already open roaming in it?
Yeah.
And quick follow-up on that, when you mentioned very low cost per bed, in the use case, like what was the value chain look like? Like this is actually
this is good.
Use case for. So what is the player's value chain in this model?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's clear the telco, they are supporting, they are paying low, but they are paying something to have access to the network. This is like low cost per bit for the telco perspective. And for retail perspective, it's clear that it's more focused, they invest. There's big investment around. It's clear that they are our customer, is the enterprise who has the deal. We come in and we act as facilitator in the agreement with the carrier, because another point, enterprise doesn't want to do point-to-point agreement. This is why for roaming, it's fantastic. Yeah. There is no way to jump on this big retail and try to make an agreement point-to-point with the carrier. It's has to be more seamless. We act there like sort of broker, facilitate all the also the legal framework to go smoother. But this is why it's low cost per bit. Yeah. Okay.
Another question from Reza.
Yes, is this being integrated into the loyalty program of the grocery stores? I'm sorry. As you know, again, of course, everybody's now running loyalty programs. And of course, some other enterprises as well, too, including the place that we are staying. And are they able to do some upsell because they have now the data about the user, that they will be able to upsell other products and other services?
Yeah, it's you know what it's the reality when we talk about loyalty now. Mainly, this is grocery. It's very specific. They simplify that, but they are pushing a lot the mobile app. Mobile app is playing big role. Everything is digital customer service. For a large part of our customers, mobile app driven. And this is one problem that you need to solve, because when you become a mobile app, you do everything inside the store with mobile app. If there is no connectivity, it's big issues around. And what is the value on that for a mobile app user, that you collect the behavior over time? Because there are many grocery specific. When you come in, you want to buy something. It's not like, but when you jump on like a customer, like our customer Adidas, it's completely different behavior. Then people, when you enter 10 times in the store, probably 2 times over 10, you buy something. You go there like showroom, visit product, and many times you check if there is a good offer in the other portal. They have huge interest. They are loyal customers, but they have interest to understand the behavior inside, how it's not the full journey. This helps a lot on that, on the data point help.
Yeah. I think we have 2 more questions. So George.
Yes, as someone who's kind of new to this, there's a distinguishing between a captive portal, which is like a locked door to get access to the network, and a so-called splash page, which is simply a web page that comes up, once you are connected, you're connected.
Yeah.
And, that's what people use for couponing and advertising, let's say in a retail environment. Do I have that right?
It's thank you. First to ask that, when we talk about ingest the portal, it's not the captive portal experience, It's becoming more like landing page experience, where you have some rules, you can force things, you can see also some potential security, when you have portal, they come into the network, you need to be sure everything, the flow come the right way. But it's more like interact. We call interact portal because it's like user portal. Yeah, you're right. It's in many cases, we provide the API, the portal is delivered from the brand. This is how it's going, the direction. Everything is more API driven, a webbook. It's not like do the portal like was many years ago. Also the new implementation, new RFP, they are going this direction. That's building culture around.
Yeah, one question from you, Betty.
I just wanted to ask if you're aware of some of the work that we've done recently with the IETF, where they were raising in the issue with CUID not remaining static.
Yeah.
And that the problem is they were actually recommending that we refresh the hash on any CUID on a
we do
frequent.
this approach. Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so you're aware of that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. That's good, because
Thank
it's going to be a
super
problem.
relevant. Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea.
Oh, welcome. Thank you so much.
We'll continue our discussion on the panel discussion later on the morning. So now I would like to invite Michael Smith, CTO advisor for the wireless group at Cisco. Welcome.
Hey, thanks, Diego. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiago, and WBA, WGC for having me here. Again, Malcolm Smith, part of the wireless CTO team under Matt McPherson, who's right there. Probably know him very well. I don't see my slides here yet. Just oh, okay, right. Okay, all right. There we go. There we go. Today's topic: the path to Wi-Fi determinism, from concept to realization. This topic we talked about for many years now is coming to fruition today, and will continue to be developed into the near future. So what's the deal about determinism? It's a concept we use a lot in the industry today. 5G for years called this ultra reliable low latency communication, URLLC for short. That was a concept that we definitely took upon as a challenge in the Wi-Fi community. And we looked at the use cases with partners like Intel, for example, and Meta, and asked the question of customers, what do you need determinism for? Why do you have to make Wi-Fi better than it already is? Wi-Fi is pretty good. If you join Wi-Fi easily unencumbered with open roaming, for example, the Wi-Fi generally is very, very good today in enterprise and most venues. However, applications don't think the same about Wi-Fi that we do, because applications, for example, in this case, virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, all of the realities, the actual realities, industrial automation use cases, those kind of applications would disagree with your assessment that Wi-Fi is good enough. Because when good enough, it means we, as usual, as average users, getting on the web, downloading content, we're watching YouTube videos, etc. That's all great, because those networks have been deployed with your application in mind, okay? And the challenge really is that these new applications we're seeing in enterprise and SB space are very challenging, because they have very precise requirements. And the requirements they have are exactly the kind of requirements that haven't been addressed in Wi-Fi so far. Because I look at the, let's say, XR or AR applications, now we digitize things like video and audio. Now the human is now the weakest link, in the sense that if I move my head in I envision an XR headset, move my head around in the XR VR space, that motion tracking needs to be reflected in the system rendering my video and audio content, and in real time, have real-time control between my audio video sensors and the rendering function in the cloud or the edge cloud, and generate that content in near real time, okay? And the same with industrial applications and automation. Control systems always require rapid feedback of the change between the input of it changing and the output being computed by the compute platform. And so if these inputs are not delivered to from the sensors to the network, and the computing an actual usable outcome in a very tight and very controlled amount of delay, that delay could be anywhere from a millisecond for a industrial control system, or maybe 10 milliseconds for this HMD VR headset, the system fails, okay? It's not a matter of being good or bad, it's either being binary, fail, or not fail. And that's the big difference between typical enterprise apps today. For example, web browsers can take between 10 milliseconds and a second, and you won't know it's difference between between two web browsers, the experience. But if I say the same thing about XR, if I add a second of delay to my XR, feedback loop, now you notice in the XR headset the jittering and all the discontinuity in the video playback. Not very good. You lose immersion. It's a failure. It's very key to get this correct. So there's very, very tight requirements around AR, VR, robotics. And the challenge today is that most networks deployed today for Wi-Fi are deployed on a coverage basis. I guarantee today that network here was deployed based on some coverage requirement of salvage RSSI or signal strength. And that's fantastic for most use cases. However, in terms of QoS and things like latency and jitter, things that matter to the new applications and enterprise space, it's hard to predict that traffic load in advance. Because also, if I can predict traffic load down to the millisecond in advance, I can avoid congestion, avoid interference, and avoid any kind of disruption in my video audio playback. But you can't do that in practice. So the other tendency, of course, is to increase the spectrum allocation. If I double the spectrum, double the data rates, double the speed, people think, oh, that makes sense, got better, make all the problems go away. It doesn't make the problems go away because all you're doing is doubling the data rate. You're not managing congestion or interference with other networks. That's a key problem that has to be solved within the Wi-Fi community to guarantee, we use the word guarantee kind of loosely, but to mostly guarantee the application gets what it needs from this network in terms of the delay and jitter for applications. So new applications of interest are definitely in IoT space, and also think about other sources of interference in the enterprise space as well, maybe in the public space as well, things like peer-to-peer devices. We used to call these MiFis or personal hotspots. Now there's a peer-to-peer communication, to technology around that. But those devices also interfere with enterprise networks as well. If I bring my peer-to-peer device into my enterprise WLAN, IoT doesn't know about that device. I bring my phone in, that phone is paired with some of the device. I bring in my Meta headset, it's paired to my laptop. IT doesn't control that connection between that HMD and that laptop. All it controls is that personal or business laptop on my desk. So there's another interference source we have to deal with as well to ensure that we get the systematic terrorism across the network, today. So a couple of view graphs to talk about what that really means in terms of the net effect on latency. So we see here the progression of technology, Wi-Fi technology, from Wi-Fi 5 to 6 to 7, and later on Wi-Fi 8. What we're showing here essentially is that as we go from Wi-Fi 5, that's sort of the baseline here. Wi-Fi 5 has absolutely no sense of QoS except for putting traffic into classes and hoping for the best. It's the best effort. Hope for the best. Maybe a video gets the right delay. Maybe it doesn't. No guarantees. Wi-Fi 6E and 6, we have the ability to now schedule the uplink from the station, the handset device, the access point. Now we can control in theory, the congestion and the collision domain in the Wi-Fi space for the very first time. That was a very good innovation, Wi-Fi 6. We used it in high-density venues to improve capacity. So this venue here, there's 1,000 people in this room. They're all contending with channel access. Without uplink scheduling, with Wi-Fi 6, it'd be total chaos. The experience would suck. That's what we used for Wi-Fi 6 timeframe. Wi-Fi 7, we're using that same schedule technology to actually deliver the right SLA, the right performance to the application. So if I'm wearing my HMD from Meta or whoever, and this HMD requires 50 megabits downlink throughput and 10 milliseconds delay, the application will tell the network that's my requirement. That's my SLA, that's my bound, that's my guarantee I want from you, the access point. And the access point will use that information and then schedule the transmissions to and from that device to ensure that latency is met by the access point. And that's a very key innovation in Wi-Fi 7. Okay? Wi-Fi 7 can also be combined with things for the industrial space, including the 802.11 QBV to improve that even further. So we can down to the 1 millisecond delay bound with Wi-Fi 7. with some TS innovation from the industrial space. But generally speaking, most applications in the XR video space are good with, say, the 10 to 15 millisecond boundary or limit. That's good enough for most applications in enterprise space. So it is improving. 7 did make a huge jump in terms of managing delay, and we will see that as it gets rolled out today. Applications are definitely incentivized to use it, because if you are an application that requires a particular requirement for delay or throughput or jitter, use that functionality to get that scheduling for the access point. Okay. So a quick sort of view graph how this works in Wi-Fi 7. So think about, I'm in this room today. We all have laptops that someone over here has a VR or an MR device on their head. Now that VR device amongst 100 users today in Wi-Fi with 6 isn't any more special than the other laptops. Okay, that's a basic problem with Wi-Fi 6. With Wi-Fi 7, that HID becomes quite special in the sense that it'll tell the network what its requirement is for its video and audio feedback loop. The AP will now preferentially schedule the uplink for that device and downlink as well to ensure that as it's serving all the other users, it gives that particular device more resources to deliver its traffic on time to the server to get the real-time feedback. The other technology with Wi-Fi 7 is a technology that is used to control the other stations in the network. So it's fine to say the access point will go out and effectively trigger all these other stations, say, hey, you transmit now, you transmit now. That avoids congestion and contention and collisions altogether, except for devices that are not managed in that way by the access point, because with the Wi-Fi 6 and 7, the trigger output access is optional. So you have to opt into it. A lot of stations will not opt into it because they don't have a need for real-time traffic. That's understandable. However, what we did find in Wi-Fi 7 is a technique to advertise to those stations that certain time slots are critical. Like every, let's say, a video flow, let's say it's WebEx, okay? Every 20 milliseconds, the video flow appears from the video system over the wireless LAN to my PC or screen device. Every 20 milliseconds, I know that frame's going to come. So what this technology will do, this restricted time, RTOS as it's called for short, will reserve those time slots over the air so that every 20 milliseconds, every other station in this room will avoid transmitting on that time slot to make sure that WebEx frame is all the way down over the air to my device. That's the way that we deal with the other stations in wireless LAN that are not controlled strictly by the access point in terms of scheduling to meet their delay constraints. That's very key technology. That was effectively adopted in Wi-Fi 7 R2, and now we expect that to become the other sort of linchpin or key to determinism in Wi-Fi 7 to deliver this better latency across the board for very dense environments like this conference room here. Okay, so that's phase 1. It's in the market. It's coming soon. You'll see it being deployed very shortly by most of the major vendors who care about having real-time experience for their devices and their applications. So phase 2. So I mentioned 2 problems with Wi-Fi 7. One is that in this room here, there's probably about 6 access points, and all the venues see maybe 20 access points or 3 access points. And in most high-density venues, conferences, even industrial automation, factory floors, because of the nature of the deployment, all the APs are effectively within line of sight with other APs. That means that they're all co-channel interferers. So I guarantee you, an enterprise, if I pick up my phone and walk around and tell my phone, hey, look for all of the networks on the channel I'm on, right? So I join my enterprise network, I choose channel 36, okay? I tell my Wi-Fi scan, hey, scan for channel 36. How many other APs are on that same channel? You'll find, on average, 3 or 4 APs on the same channel I'm on. And that's a conservative, very good case. If you go to a stadium or a conference hall, you'll see the same channel occupied by 100 access points on the same channel. That is a lot of co-channel interference. That means that essentially everything I do in Wi-Fi 7 the being experienced fantastic for industrial IoT and XR gets blown away by all the other APs in the environment destroying my delay and jitter characteristics. Now I lose my determinism, I lose the experience, it really sucks. So Wi-Fi 8 solves that problem, or will solve the problem. I should be very clear. Wi-Fi doesn't exist yet. It's 4 years away from the market. But 11BN, which is the IEEE work group, is defining technology today that we call multi-AP coordination, or MAPC for short. Now, multi-AP coordination will solve the problem that I just pointed out. It will ensure that APs over there and APs over there, if they're on the same physical channel, will avoid each other when transmitting those critical flows. So if I know that my HMD requires a packet every 12 milliseconds, right, it will tell that AP over there, oh, by the way, every 12 milliseconds, don't transmit at the same time I am, okay? That's a way of avoiding collisions between access points. That's a very key to achieving this deterministic outcome by ensuring all the APs in my environment are synchronized and avoid each other at the key critical times. Now, some people say, well, isn't that very efficient? We had circuit-based TDMA for years. And that's, that's definitely true, except that you have to be really recognize that the amount of traffic demand from these devices, be it a very small industrial controller in a factory, or even my HMD, is quite modest, right? You can run HMD on 5 megs or 10 megs throughput. 10 megs is nothing compared to the overall capacity of Wi-Fi. We're thinking multi-gig Wi-Fi. If you want to reserve a 20 megabit circuit with coordinated TDMA, that's not going to impact your capacity whatsoever. So you get the gain of having high Wi-Fi speeds, high Wi-Fi capacity, but also getting at the same time determinism for those applications that require that bounded latency across the board. That's a very key innovation coming in Wi-Fi 7 and Wi-Fi 8 with multi-beam coordination. The other innovation too, it became part of Wi-Fi 7 as well, is that we're trying to think about APs in the general sense. Okay, so there's APs on the ceiling here managed by the infrastructure vendor in this venue, right? But there's also APs that I have in my pocket, right? These iPhones are also mobile APs, right? Soft APs, mobile AP, Wi-Fi Direct calls them something different, but effectively they're APs, okay? So if I walk in this building and I have my personal hotspot running, this hotspot could change the same channel as the network in this room. If it does, that peer-to-peer communication, CT communication is called in 6 gigahertz, that interference could, again, mess up my very nice characteristics for my application that need the low latency. And so Wi-Fi, we're also considering embedding or making the peer-to-peer device a peer of the LAN. Don't think of this peer-to-peer device as an unfriendly actor. Think of this being a friend or a collaborator with the AP network on the ceiling, that enterprise WLAN. If this device here collaborates with the APs on the ceiling, we all win, because now we all know which time slots to avoid and and that will ensure that everyone gets access to the channel at the right time to get the latency and the need for their services. That's very key innovation. So including peer-to-peer devices, as well as other APs on a managed environment in the same scheduling regime, the coordination regime, is very key to achieving this outcome we want for dense venues like this with lots of different device types. Okay, so that's a good sort of summary of the technology. Next. Oh, sorry, wrong button, user error. Okay, okay. All right, so a takeaway. So first of all, applications that we call deterministic are already here in the enterprise environment. They've been actually for a long time. I say we have industrial applications for 20 years, 25 years in Wi-Fi. Okay, and applications like Wi-Fi based AR, VR, even Wi-Fi based surgery, or the applications are still in Wi-Fi today. The challenge has been that they've always required what we call overlay networks. So you go into a factory today, you'll see a Wi-Fi network for IT. You'll see another network for the OT, the engineering team. That could be a technology that's not even Wi-Fi. It could be a private 5G, it could be Wi-Fi again. It's overlay network. It's duplicating everything. duplicating the access points, duplicating the cabling. It's all duplicated to achieve that outcome that they want called determinism. So with Wi-Fi 7 and 8, what we do is we converge the IET, OT domains together. IET, the voice network, as we always have today. The OT teams, operational teams, they will have requirements for their machines, the robots, and they will incorporate the requirements into IT's domain, and then you'll configure and dimension the enterprise Wi-Fi network to accommodate both the classic IT application we're all familiar with, plus the new applications around industrial automation and XR VR that traditionally require dedicated networks by themselves. That convergence is very key from a cost point of view, obviously, but also it simplifies the entire process if we accommodate both application types on the same network at the same time. So this technology, again, it doesn't happen by doubling the capacity. Spectrum doesn't solve it because all it takes is for my device and your device to transmit at the same time and cause a collision. We both fail. It could be at 1% utilization or 10% or 100% utilization. It doesn't matter what channel utilization is. It could be very high load or load. It's irrelevant. All it means is Eric's device, my device decide to transmit at the same time. Boom, collision, we both lose. This technology avoids those collisions and the problem goes away fundamentally, okay? That protocol level mechanics is required in Wi-Fi 7 to do that. It's coming in Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 7R2 especially. Wi-Fi 8, that's a typo actually, sorry. I should say Wi-Fi 8 is the next step, okay? Sorry about that. Wi-Fi 8 is the next step and provided for the multi-EP and the dense scenarios we envision for enterprise and SP. With that, I will hand the control back. Diego.
Thank you, Malcolm. Any questions to Malcolm from anyone? Jim.
So is there a priority field that tells that my remote surgery gets a higher priority than the ocular vision?
It's a great question, Jim. And so within the Wi-Fi, we've always had a priority field. There's always been what we call a traffic identifier or a TID that said this is voice video versus best effort background data, right? But that's not sufficient for what we're discussing here. Because it comes down, for example, this device you have on your head, it has regular audio, video, but it also has that high priority pose information, right? And so the differentiation has to be more granular than just the device or traffic class. So with Wi-Fi 7 and 8, we use a per flow based priority, right? So based on what flow you have, right? This is your highly critical pose flow from the HMD through the network to the server. That flow is prioritized over other flows, right? That's a more precise way of doing it than just doing, say, that everything in that class, everything on that device is high priority. The robotic application or the surgery application would say, hey, this flow, right? This control system that manages my, my surgical robot that's operating on my patient, that flow is distinguished from other flows by, let's say, IP address, and given very precise SLA terms for that particular flow, okay? Which override everything else in the system, right? Even my YouTube video gets bumped for that flow, right?
Okay. Another question from Ahmed. Yeah, you can bring your question.
This whole multi-IP coordination has been traditionally done as, sorry, thank you. So the multi-IP coordination has been traditionally done within a managed network, so like a controller or something like that. The challenge has always been when something unmanaged as well appears on the network. So how does this solve for that problem of managed, unmanaged coexistence?
That's a great question. Actually, Cisco made a contribution, IEEE, last week on this topic, actually. I don't prop my own team, but it's in discussion with everybody. And the challenge is, most of the time, take use case, like industrial IoT, it's all managed. I walk into a factory, I walk into Amazon warehouse, guess what? They take away your cell phone. Bye-bye cell phone, no more interference. Okay, that's one use case. But the other use cases, like for example, XR devices in enterprise, casual enterprise environments, Yeah, most of the time, as soon as you walk behind that first layer of wall in a building, walk behind that building, it's no more interference. It's really only the traditional spaces between enterprise, managed, unmanaged, the boundary cases, like a shopping mall, right? A shopping mall, the main shopping, like the Sears robot operates a big network, but they have little tiny little shops beside them, little shops, right? So one way of solving that is actually open roaming. I'll just prompt that because all it really requires is that the two networks exchange the SLA they need. Okay, as long as both the managed network knows what it needs in terms of its time slots, say it's every so often requires this much time, and the unmanaged WLAN says, hey, yeah, I don't have the same management domain, but I can exchange with you what my time slots are. Then they can both avoid interference. Now that's sort of I'd say a courtesy protocol, right? I'm very courteous to you by avoiding your preferred time slots. But that's one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is simply to say, via AIRM, I avoid the unmanaged network altogether, right? Because the application, as I said before, for HMDs is very modest in terms of bandwidth. I think 50 megs is good. I don't require terabytes. So you could carve off an entire enterprise channel just for the application to require that low latency and put all of the XR devices on that same channel and avoid everything else on the unmanaged space altogether. So two solutions: avoid altogether spectrum management. Number two, IEEE InterLoopBN discussing how we coordinate with those unmanaged devices on a per WLAN basis to ensure we don't step on each other at the wrong time. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Malcolm, thank you so much.
Good to see you, man.
Great presentation.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, moving on the agenda. I think I got the wrong button as well. Okay, next speaker is Jess Sickland, so VP Wireless Engineering at Cox Communication. So, JC, thank you for coming. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, I think I'm going to give you a little bit different perspective. It's going to be a little bit more on Cox Communication has one of the biggest Wi-Fi networks. We actually do a lot of Wi-Fi. I think bread and butter is Wi-Fi. So we'll give you that perspective, what we have done and what we think we need help in the industry from. So, okay, let's see which one. Operator error again. So Cox, it's a family-owned private network. It's divided into Cox Communications, Cox Auto, which is global, and then we have all the new ventures where basically we diversify our business. So I'm going to be talking a little bit on what we do in Cox Communications rather than Cox Auto. So if I literally look at it, what do we have? We basically bought Blueprint RF, which gave us a lot of hospitality network. So I think if we go to Las Vegas, Marriott, a lot of different chains, stadiums, we actually have managed Wi-Fi. So we do a lot of managed Wi-Fi, and that's our focus. And then we also do business Wi-Fi. So we manage Wi-Fi for a lot of enterprises and businesses, and that's a complete end-to-end solution, right? So we actually provide APs, we provide management on top of that, we deploy them, we deliver them, and then we also leverage our internet access so that it's a full, like 100% managed service from Cox. Now that also brings in a couple of things that we'll be talking towards the end. It brings in a little bit of, and I'm pretty sure the guys who are deploying Wi-Fi, especially around managed Wi-Fi, you probably are aware of it too. It comes out to, we have multiple APs, multiple AP vendors. How do we all work together, right? That's a big problem for us because every time we have to come up with a AP vendor, we have to do everything vertically integrated. And some of our customers like one vendor compared to others. So we're not going to tell them, no, if you come to Cox, you're only going to get vendor A. So we basically try to support all the vendors depending on what our customer is asking for. And then we also have NOC services, internet circuits, and so on and so forth. So the other part of the business also is that we have about 4 million hotspots outside the business. That's how much we have deployed. And we also have outdoor Wi-Fi. And outdoor Wi-Fi is, we have all these, if you've ever seen cable companies, they have these thick strands that are hooked up. And what we do is we attach our Wi-Fi AP to the DOCSIS strand and then enable that to provide Wi-Fi everywhere, right? So all of our customers get access to the 4 million subscriber hotspots, plus all the outside hotspots. And in certain cases, we also support services for the same Cox customers, but in businesses. The other big growing business is MDUs, apartments. So we'll come in and we provide all the connectivity in an MDU. But not only just that, we also enable IoT connectivity. So that now if a renter comes in, you don't have to give keys, you don't have to rekey everything. Everything is done through IoT because it's all electronic locks. Electronically, we control all the AC units, everything else. So that whole thing is all done on Wi-Fi today. So what's working? I love 802.11. I think everyone out here loves that, right? It is working good. But as Malcolm said, we do have issues. So more spectrum. It's extremely important. We got 6 gig, we got a win out there. But then if you look at from industry perspective, 7 and 8 gig is now the next thing that we have to look and we have to fight for. Because why? Wi-Fi is singularly the bottleneck for high speed. Yes, we can do multi-gig and like high speeds and all the other things that are coming in with AX and so on and so forth. But if you look at what we provide from an internet perspective, we provide 1 gig, we provide 10, 15, like we're going to start looking at 20, 25 gig. So the bottleneck, most of the folks at home, even in the home, do not try to put an Ethernet jack. They connect through Wi-Fi. So guess what's the first thing that the calls come in? Oh, wait a minute, you gave me a 1 gig service and I can do more than 300 meg. That part is all that we need to understand. How do we actually increase the performance of Wi-Fi to align with what the wirelines are going to give us, right? So then comes up on Wi-Fi 7, huge upgrade. A lot of things that we are really, really looking forward is how do we upgrade all our Wi-Fi towards Wi-Fi 7, right? So solutions, more integrated into operator dashboards. We need to understand what's really going on to the 4 million APs that we have, and that's expanding. And we are one of the cable companies. There are other cable companies that actually have bigger deployments than we have. So this is a universal, and I see Ahmed out there. So very frankly, Charter and Cox, we work very closely with each other as to what is the next frontier from a Wi-Fi perspective, right? Bring your own devices. We need to actually have more intelligent roaming. I think that's extremely important because we cannot build Wi-Fi everywhere. But between all the big enterprises, telecom service provider, they build Wi-Fi. How can we actually enable each other's Wi-Fi to give a better experience to our customers, right? Speed and spectrum. As I said, Wi-Fi is still the bottleneck. User demand is still increasing. I think Malcolm talked about AV. So one of the main reasons of AV is not that 4K or 2K, projection that you get when you have that headset on your ear. It's all the simultaneous spectrum, the data that has to come in so that when you move your head, you know that if it's a 2 millisecond delay, you're going to fall off and you're going to feel sick. That is the most important thing. And then you come up to 20 meg, 30 meg, 40 meg throughput is because all that subsequent data, secondary data, needs to be also delivered to the headset, right? That is an extremely important thing. More devices. The best thing about Wi-Fi is that we have the biggest ecosystem for devices. Every device, irrespective you can go globally, can connect to a Wi-Fi hotspot. So there's that increasing amount of devices that need to connect. with an increasing amount of traffic that they want to support. So more APs are being deployed, which inherently creates congestion and creates interference. So as Malcolm actually pointed out, we have to think about how do we actually reduce interference, especially in unmanaged. I think when we do managed Wi-Fi, we can do a pretty good job of controlling interference. It's all the unmanaged APs that just spring up. So more bandwidth, wider channels. What is the help that I need on the horizon? As I said, 6 gig, we won the battle. We want, as an industry, to go in and try to maximize what we can get for 7 and 8 gig. As I said, more and more and more is always going to be required. The other part that also Malcolm highlighted was, how do we become more like 3GPP? There are things that 3GPP goes and says, hey, Wi-Fi can't do this, Wi-Fi can't do that. But I know that inherently we can. It's how do we create that evolution so that we have deterministic throughput, we have deterministic connectivity, and we have deterministic ability to mitigate interference. So those are things that we do have to actually figure out how to do that. And there's a really good work that's going on with Wi-Fi 7, I think is great, but what's coming out in Wi-Fi 8? That'd be really good, right? The other thing is, yes, there's a chasm between 3GPP and Wi-Fi. As Ahmed knows, I'm an ex-3GPP guy. I worked for Ericsson for the longest time. I don't think so. There should be a rivalry. I think both of them work together. And the more we can work together, the better the value that we provide to our end customer. Because the end customer doesn't care whether he's connected to a cell or to a Wi-Fi. As long as they get the quality and to the user experience, they really don't care. So now, since I'm on the service provider side, one of the things that we are looking at is how do I make sure that the customer doesn't care what they're connected to? And that is the next slide that I'm going to go in, is what are the UE opportunities, right? So how do we actually figure in the UE how to make a decision? Should I connect to Wi-Fi? Should I connect to a cellular network? Or in sometimes, should I connect to both of them simultaneously to maximize the user experience? Because at the end of the day, user experience is the thing that everyone needs to focus on, right? So what are the algorithms that we can create in the UE to maximize, enhance that user experience, right? So network insights into congestion. This is really important. If I already know that my cellular network is congested and my Wi-Fi network is congested, maybe I can tell the UE to go and use both at the same time. So that when I mix both together, I have a better user experience and a differentiated service, right? But if I know that the Wi-Fi is congested at that point, should I even try the UE to try to connect to that Wi-Fi? Because guess what's the first thing that happens? When you get a bad experience on Wi-Fi, the customer picks up his phones and shuts down Wi-Fi. We don't want that happening, right? So experience visibility. Native visibility to the UE experience. How can the UE actually tell us in the back office what is its user experience? So that we have algorithms and we have ways to increase the user experience, because that is how our customers are going to be delighted, right? Should be standards-based. And this is another thing that I'm going to come up. We have a lot of vertical silos. Right? We have APs, and then we have controllers, and we have all these things. Guess what? Actually, you know what? Let me just go to the next one. This is the part I was trying to say. If you look at, that is my typical deployment at the top. And it's not because I want to use multiple APs, but our customers force us to use multiple APs because they have preferences. So guess what happens to me as a service provider? I have 3, 4, 5 sometimes vertically integrated solutions. That's extremely expensive, very expensive, and it actually forces me to say, I have a preferred AP vendor, and that's what I'm going to go to until someone forces me to go to other. So the big chains like the Sheratons of the world, the Marriotts of the world, the Hiltons of the world, they have their own preference. And since we have a huge business with them, we have to align and do that. So one of the things that I'm asking is, how can I actually, as an industry, we have to start thinking about how do I actually think about AP agnostic Wi-Fi deployment architecture? So that's extremely important. But only as an industry we can push and say that that is something that's required. Something that I learned back in the 3GPP days. It's so standardized, I can put any RAN, I can put any core, all work together, no issues, right? So something that we need to think about from a Wi-Fi side too. This is a huge problem for us. It costs us a lot of time to deliver. And I'm pretty sure Ahmed will agree with me, it costs us a lot of time in building up that vertical systems in the back end to support them. Provisioning, management, how do I actually connect them together? Then we have all the other issues about supply chain. So how do I actually get away? But in my view, if I can truly be AP agnostic, I don't have to think. Whoever gets the best thing, has the best AP product, we actually just deploy it. So there was a open Wi-Fi and all the stuff. There's a lot of things that are going on, but I think we as industry need to come together to say, how can I actually break these barriers, right? So the other part also is maybe as you see that the user plane, its scalability is completely independent of the control plane. So why should we not think about doing a user plane control plane split? So that I don't have to actually keep on growing the control plane to match up with the user plane. So if I keep them separate, I could centralize the control plane while the user plane is completely distributed everywhere. Something that we should think about, right? So what are the real benefits of all this? It's standards, simplification, usually lowers my implementation cost. Usually means I can build systems that give me a view of the entire network, not slices of the network. And that is extremely important for guys like Cox and the other MSOs, the other big, even guys like Boingo and all, because they have to look at millions of APs that they've deployed. And right now they are very, very fractured, right? Reduce operational complexity. One of the big benefits of Wi-Fi is that, hey, it's relatively very inexpensive. But then if you add up all the overheads and all the stuff, it becomes a little bit less enticing, right? So improve time to market. So what does that mean? So one of the things that I have to worry about is, oh, I'm going to come up with this new end-to-end feature, but then I have to figure out which vendor supports what. If I want to actually deploy it throughout my 4 or 6 million access points, I have to figure out what individual vendors support what. I can. And then what happens is, it comes down to that lowest common denominator. So only features that I can deploy network-wide are the features that are deployed and supported by everyone, right? And then opportunity to enrich the vendor ecosystem. I think that's a huge one too. And questions. Do you guys agree with that? I want to actually get some feedback from you guys.
There's one question there from Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed, I know him very well. Go ahead, Ahmed. Yeah. So again, open Wi-Fi was just an example, guys. I think it's one way. We just need to figure out as an industry, what do we think is the right way to go forward?
Yeah, so can we have the microphone here, please? And by the way, this is as well, this convergence is critical for MNOs as well.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
The need for network densification is so high right now that is not a question of fixed broadband, it's everyone.
Yeah, it's not fixed broadband, it's nothing. We are a MNO, right? Yeah. So it's so important for us because it gives us an ability to go beyond the 6 million, 8 million, 10 million APs that we deploy. We can manage them more holistically. Go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, thanks, Jess, for speaking on our behalf. You covered a lot of territory and gave a roadmap really to the industry. So really appreciate that very much. And I think there is some learning, differently from 3GPP and what trying to do. Similar problem existed back in the days, as you know, even in 3GPP, when you try to co-locate multiple RAN vendors in the same footprint, you pay penalty in performance. You can make them work, but at the expense of the performance, basically. So the industry is trying to solve that with ORAN, basically. So I think there is some learning there to get. And what it comes to is really virtualizing the access point, make the access point a DOM access point, honestly, a radio that's, basically radiates RF and sends RF and receives RF, and then virtualize everything to the cloud and put intelligence into the cloud, where you can have a way to plug any basically AP with a very tiny, client that sends and receives information from that AP in a very open standard way. And you manage all your intelligence in the cloud, whether that's security, authentication, interference management, profiling, all of that stuff. So, and I think the industry is not there yet, but I think the solution is definitely, obvious.
Yeah. So I think you're absolutely right, Ahmed. The industry is not there because we need APs, we need controllers, and the controllers do certain things. And with one vendor, they do XYZ. With the second vendor, they use ABC. And then at the end of the day, we still have to integrate with a WAG and all the other things to provide managed services. But now I have 2 or 3 silos that come together in the back, but all those have to be integrated. And therefore, we have to figure out how do we work with all these vendors to make sure that we are providing value to all our APs and all our enterprise customers and so on and so forth, because they're looking for a lot of different things. So, and then as soon as you have controllers and then you have APs, then you get stuck that I have deployed this controller, so that's the only AP I can, because they don't work with each other. So I'm not saying that we have to have one God controller or anything else. I just want to say whatever controller we have, whatever APs that we have, we can plug and play them. That's basically what I'm saying.
There's one question here from Derek.
I think that the challenge is I agree with you in principle, but I think that the key thing is it's APIs. So it's less about one thing. It's about everybody makes APIs available. And then you have a way to plug into it all, because there's the different scenarios need different capabilities. And I don't want at one location, ultra wideband and Bluetooth and all the different features. I just need one. But in another place, I need all of that.
Yeah.
And so if we just agreed that everything should be API driven, then at least I have a way to connect.
API what level? API from north of controller, API from the
everywhere.
Now
everywhere, right?
And need to be standardized as well.
Yeah.
So yes. The open ecosystem is the one that I'm talking about, because depending on certain vendors, you have zones and they define the zones differently compared to the other zones. And then I have to do all that planning in the back end. And then how does it actually work on a common code like the WAG and all? So that's where it becomes complicated. I'm not saying it can't be done. I think we haven't thought through that way. And I think at this moment, the industry is mature enough to start having these discussions. I hope so.
Final question.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say it's from our perspective, at least from our architecture, it's not just APIs. APIs in our world are from north to south, right? It's the streaming telemetry and the data model that's coming back up to feed the platform. So it's a two-way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's the point I want to make sure is we don't go down one path, because that's a path then we'll actually get bogged. And sorry, guys, they're open Wi-Fi. I can get that. There are pros and cons for that too, by the way, right? Absolutely. The point is that as an industry, we need to come together and set some standards as to how we'll interwork with each other. Whether it's AP or it's APIs, whether it's open interfaces, whether it's standardized interfaces between APs and controllers and so on and so forth, I'm ambivalent to that.
Yeah, just
Very quick, last one. It needs to be the last one.
See, there you go. But we have
Open
multiple
config is
versions of
already-
Open Config too.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
As
Right before he had the mic, I said I totally agree.
Yep.
If we work on standardizing APIs and the communication between all these different devices and controllers and whatever, that's an easy way to start. Now, are all
You know what?
vendors open to doing that? Maybe, maybe not. But at least embracing something like Open Config
So the best thing
is
is
an easy way to step into it.
the best thing is if I've just started this conversation, I've been successful. So I don't think so. I came here to solve the problem. I'm just saying there is a problem as an industry. We need to try to start thinking how to solve the problem. And this is a problem for me every day.
For many of this room.
Yep.
Yes,
you.
thank you so much for your presentation. You made a great impact. Thank you. Okay, so let's move on the agenda. We are running a little late on the agenda, but we'll try to recover some time during the panel and the coffee break. So now I would like to invite the members of the Enterprise Connectivity Forum. So I would like to invite Andrea Calcano from Cloud4White to come on stage. I would like to invite Rizan Makani from Marriott International to come on stage. I would like to invite as well Brian Shields from Boingo Wireless, and as well Mital Prakash to come on stage. Can you please come? Please, Andrea. Please. Brian. Thank you.
Hey. Allowed to talk?
Mital.
Again.
You live in Bali?
In New York?
Yeah.
Let me start by give an opportunity for Mital, Brian, and Riz to introduce yourselves to the audience, and in a very brief presentation, see if you can individually present yourself.
Sure.
You can start, Mital, right here.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Mital Parekh. I am responsible for everything marketing at Ruckusnet. Could we amp up the volume, please?
Volume?
Yes.
Can
you hear me now?
Good.
Perfect. Good. I am Mital Parekh. I am responsible for everything marketing at Ruckus Networks. And for people who don't know what Ruckus is, so one sentence definition: when good enough networking is not good enough for you, you turn to Ruckus. We solve for the most difficult, most challenging use cases in the industries we serve.
Thanks. I'm Brian Shields, VP of Software Engineering. I work with Ruckus and Cisco, and my team manages a lot of the connectivity backend APIs. So great segue, Derek. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, Rizwan Makani. I work for Marriott International, do property network architecture. So we define the standards and vendor selection, and we are working on how to get open roaming deployed worldwide to make a better seamless experience for users. So that's one of our challenges, is meeting the business side of it along with the technology.
Yeah, thank you so much. I prepared one slide just to highlight at a very high level the major benefits of open roaming. So all that experience, completely automatic experience, the security, the privacy, like Andre, you mentioned on your presentation, the number of devices attaching to the network just really grow significantly. So taking all these benefits in consideration, I will start with you, Andre, and then I will ask the opinion of everyone. How important is the user experience that open roaming is bringing? So is that the way to go? Is that the future that we should ambition for enterprise guest experience?
Yeah, as you know, as Cloud4Wire, we believe a lot. This is the direction. It's clear that the problem that we are trying to solve is consumer-driven problem first, because at the end of the day, is the consumer is not feeling the pain. But the other side, we need to consider is complex ecosystem. When we were talking about roaming war, was more carrier. Enterprise to understand what roaming is. This is angle super important. We cannot miss the educational part where we need to bring enterprise in this framework or this good framework with technology, good way to solve cannot happen without the ability to bring all the big enterprise. At that point, we know there is a friction, especially for Apple, is not there. We need to be Apple is Apple. It's the largest device manufacturer in the world, and they can help to have success, so they can kill the project. We need to be realistic on that. I believe that this it's the main challenge that we have. It's no technology centralization company. They are doing great things. That there is human friction. One educate better and well enterprise and the benefit, and the other one to have on board Apple. If we solve the first, it's easier. Enterprise, we can make a system. The second one, Apple, it's harder, but it's the main friction. But for long term, there's no other way to solve this problem. I don't see any other way.
Reese, can you elaborate a little bit on the vision of Marriott for the guest experience?
Absolutely. One of our driving factors is customer experience. With Mac randomization coming and getting more aggressive over time, you come into a stay, you have to keep going through portal pages to sign in. Potentially, if it gets more aggressive, you might have to do it multiple times a day. We know it's moving towards that for security. The other part for us is we've been reliant on captive portals for years. You go connect to an open wireless network. So there's a security aspect to it that we want to improve upon. So with the Passpoint open roaming, we can get into a secure wireless network, but also ease the pain of how do I bypass the MAC randomization? The challenge we see, and there's the technology, the use cases make absolute sense. The biggest aspect that we see is what you mentioned, Apple. Also, how do we get these certificates on the device, right? We are not, day one, we are not inclined to do open roaming for carrier offload. Our business case is built upon user experience and connectivity and the challenges of MAC randomization. Open roaming, carrier offload, those are going to be value-added benefits in the future. So we're trying not to rely on eSIM, validation, carrier certificates. So we have to figure out how to get a certificate on a device. App is one thing, but not of all of our 8,000 venues, 8,000 plus venues, 100 million subscribers to Bonvoy, over 10 million unique customers coming in every year. Only X percentage of them have the app. So we're in that phase of what's the best method. And for us, really, the driver is if I can get more users signed up and app downloads, that would fund everything I'm trying to do. So I have to take the technology and fit it into the business of how do we get more Bonvoy subscribers, more app downloads.
Yeah, and I imagine with you guys have as well the challenge on, you have the app on your mobile, but then you have laptops, tablets, other devices, cameras. You know that on your properties come all different types of
all the kids and families that come along with you.
Gaming consoles.
They got to be on there.
Brian, from Boingo perspective, you guys manage as well many large properties, so the user experience is a critical element of that.
It is. It's a very diverse ecosystem, and our networks are deployed to airports, transportation depots, military bases, stadiums, convention centers. So you have all kinds of use cases you have to support. So it's very important that we are able to onboard customers and they have a great experience. And we do it a whole bunch of different ways. We monetize through advertising. We have Passpoint deployed, roaming, and also our standard onboarding through captive portal. There's laptops, devices, mobile devices. So we definitely experience the same kind of trouble.
Mikal, from Ruckus perspective, you guys have been leading as well PassPoint for many years already. Can you share some of your views?
Sure. So how many of you paid attention to yesterday's keynote when the event started? Why do I say that? The very first slide was Ruckus as an open roaming partner. We were the first one to test open roaming with Wi-Fi 7 and 6 gigahertz last year at NetworkX WGC, the same event in Paris. So that sets the stage on how committed we are. But the bigger answer here is that we are in an envious position. All these three gentlemen, right? They define what we deliver from infrastructure perspective, right? We have heard enough about delivering impeccable, when you say improve user experience, I would have changed one word, and that is improvement is not acceptable. Just don't improve it. Deliver an amazing end user experience. And if you scan how impatient we are, once upon a time, it was just okay to get your emails, those were plain text emails, and you were happy. Now, as soon as you get Wi-Fi network on an airport or a train station, the first thing you want to do is Netflix or download a movie or something. End user experience is of paramount importance. And there comes all these built-in expectation, and open roaming we believe that it is going to help solve for that, among other things. So if you see, you are part of it, as you've heard, we have completed many open roaming projects, pilots, and so on and so forth across the globe, and we remain committed. We have few more in pipeline.
Andrea, share with us what are the obstacles that you see from many of the retail brands that you work with. I don't know, Prada, Adidas, and all those companies. You work very closely with them. I think they have the same vision as Marriott as well, but why they are not accelerating the adoption, the deployment? What are the roadblocks that you see?
Yeah, for consumer adoption, especially, I believe that there is some issues that Marriott is bringing on the table. Their experience is not just a connection experience, quality of experience for them is the full journey of the consumer. Every time they introduce a technology, they are going to match what is really the impact from the experience side. And the reality, well, that with, again, I don't want to blame Apple because it's not right. The CFO is an Italian guy that I know I don't want to blame. But the point is that the experience, when you show the experience through the Apple device, is killing the excitement they have.
I want to come back to the Apple.
It's super, because when you talk about some verticals, especially on customer face, there is no laptop. Maybe it's the mobile device. The mobile device, its key part is the same. It's not just mobile app. When you decide, you need to be more holistic on that. But we see there is for sure, short-term plan. First, mobile app. Many of our customers, they decide coming up with mobile app. Second step is going to be see the adoption to the portal, because Android, they did an incredible job. The experience is super easy. Everyone is accepting there is the right experience. Now start to convert through the captive journey. But every one of these large brands, they have more than 50% customer they use Apple devices. It's a large part of their customer base. It's not like 5%. Let's go over. It's large part.
I want to come back to the Apple question. So if anyone has any question to the panel, feel free just to raise your hand. More than happy to bring your questions into the discussion. Reese, one question. So for Marriott, how important is that the user journey going to your properties from getting out of my house, going to the airport, traveling? What is your vision on how you guys are envisioning that journey?
Absolutely.
Because if you really want to have a completely seamless journey, we need to connect all of you together with the retail, the airports, properties, all that.
Our vision really is as soon as you leave your house to get to your end destination and on your way back, the goal is if we can establish partnerships. First, the hard part is getting it deployed, right?
Yeah.
So let's say we have that done. At that point, really the goal of us is to have a travel journey. We see that as a customer travel journey. You get to the airport, partnership with Boingo. You're a subscriber to Bonvoy, you connect, right? You get to the airport, you have internet service. You get on a train, it's available to you. You get to your venue, to your hotel. If you're going to a concert, the venue's there, you can connect, right? So building those partnerships, building that ecosystem of a full travel journey for a business consumer, just a consumer just going out for a concert, going visits, vacations. We want to see and consider that full end-to-end journey. And our goal is to get to that point where build partnerships once we have this deployed. And then the issue we see is really about maintaining that identity. So because of PII data, controlling who is the true IDP source when it comes to that. So that's, I would say, the vision is to have these partnerships. The challenge in that is who controls that identity.
Correct.
And how do we share that identity across the different platforms? Because if I'm going to airport, they're going to see it.
Yeah.
How do we maintain that security and the PII data as it crosses through, and how do we mask it?
Yeah. Thank you. Brian, from Boingo perspective, you guys have been deploying PassPoint and the ambition of having that huge journey, all the partnerships that we have developed. What are the challenges that you see in there?
I think the challenge is just really understanding the experience that the customer is going through the data, really understanding what that measure is, what is success when it comes to having a good experience, and seeing that from the system side. If there's a better network to keep a customer on, and you would be transferring them over just because they have the credentials, is that a good idea if it's not as good of a quality network?
Yeah.
So that may be, you know, in the hands of the manufacturers of Apple and Google to decide from there.
No, I want to come to the topic of Apple. Bringing back to you guys the question, what should we do together? Is there a way that we can join forces and somehow pass to Apple what we want to achieve and what we want to accomplish?
I definitely think that it is a joint platform to show the driver from the industry is key. We have communications with Apple from guest room entertainment, different verticals into Apple. And when we have these conversations about how we're going to push PassPoint or network connectivity module, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
What's the best way to address that? They have their views, not saying right, wrong, or indifferent, but maybe it may come down to a compromise of these conversations. And I think everyone's having them individually, but collectively having them, I know they're part of the groups, but it may take a little extra effort to get at a table, bring the right parties, and have open conversations.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Apple is open to listening to, you guys are one of the biggest hospitality chain in the world. You manage some of the biggest retail brands in the world. We have some of the biggest carriers in the world on the room. We all want the same. So it's a question of how to organize ourselves and come in one voice.
I believe that we can do like in a specific paper as WBA, asking all the retail sign off and sent out, you know, because again, we have a personal connection top down. I believe that if there is something structured where I sign 50, 60 large brand, at that point the attention can easier and we can reach out pretty, you know, I believe it's top down because it's not top down, it's not bottom up approach that can solve this problem. It has to be really top down because it's small issues. Just someone that from top said, guys, why are you not doing that? It's one option.
And any question on the audience, George?
While he's getting up, I think that it's important to say that as AI is getting built into the operating systems, that customer experience is going to be really, really critical at the edge for those devices and for the manufacturers. So they're going to need to make sure that there's good backhaul back to their servers.
Maybe you can, Brian, I know that you guys are working a lot on AI in Boingo at the airport, so maybe you could elaborate a little bit more. Are you guys using all the AI to understand not only the status of the network, but as well the type of applications and all that, correct?
We have a lot of advanced automation. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We're definitely heavily investing in AI. Right now, we've got a lot of automation built around those quality measures. So we're looking at those and trying to decide what success looks like from an experience perspective. And we're also automating our systems so that they're kind of self-healing in their own way. So if we have a degraded system, it can check itself, reboot, or
and you can already influence if it goes to Wi-Fi, the specific device goes to Wi-Fi, CBRS, 5G.
That's true, yeah. The handoff mechanism there is something that we're looking into.
George?
Just a couple of comments. By the way, one encouraging note is that there has been somebody from Apple on the Open Roaming Implementers group now and then, so it's not like they're completely disengaged. Secondly, as we put this whole concept together and reach this point of nirvana, wherever that might be, one question that needs to be addressed, I think, sooner than later is who is the end user going to hold accountable for the performance and that network and that customer experience? Is it going to be the carrier? Is it going to be the hotel chain? Because one day it won't work, or it won't work according to expectations, and they want to hold somebody accountable to solve that issue. And with any type of group like this, there's going to be fragmentation of that, which causes the kind of friction you don't want to have, even if you have this wonderful solution.
Yeah, maybe Mital, you can start, because you guys at Ruckus are doing a lot of developments on monitoring the work and avoid like resistant situations like yesterday.
And we see that as if you're in the venue, doesn't matter who our provider is, doesn't matter if we're using Ruckus, it's the venue, right? If I go to an airport, Boingo Wireless is there, I make the assumption that airports wireless sucks, right? As a consumer, I associate where I'm at as the party to blame. And that's how we take it at Marriott is whatever we deploy, we're taking the assumption that when it doesn't work, it's going to be on us as the face of that problem.
Then there has to be a mechanism that if it's simple for me to assign blame, once I've assigned that blame, I want that person that I'm blaming to fix my problem.
Yes.
And so you have to have a structure in place by which that fixing process can take place. So we get back to the whole thing of, let's forget this network.
So let me give you a little more color on this one, and no sales pitch, okay? No Ruckus sales pitch in here. No, in true sense. So here's the thing, right? AI will not solve all our problems, but definitely it's going to be instrumental in making sure that we deliver an impeccable end user experience. So first and foremost is if we are able to identify incidents before they become service affecting, that's very important, right? Identifying that something, look, here's the thing. These days, what happens is the most vocal end user gets help the first. If you are silent, your house could be burning and nobody is going to answer to you. AI solves for all these things, right? It's going to, now let's do a little bit of a technology jargon here. It will identify the blast radius. That is how many devices, users, what is being affected, whether it's your executive briefing center versus the children's playground, so on and so forth, to identify that this incident has a big potential to be service affecting. And it shouldn't stop there. It doesn't stop there anymore these days. You probably are. It's also going to prioritize for you. So if you are in IT, you probably know you don't have enough number of hours in the day to solve or to tend to every service ticket or every help desk ticket. What if AI told you that out of all these 50, only 3 are going to be disastrous? Rest can take a break, right? So it will prioritize for you. It does prioritize for you. And then it doesn't stop there. So AI these days has become smart enough to say, aha, I have seen all these patterns in the past. And these are the steps you must take in order to fix it.
Absolutely.
So now a little bit of a sales pitch, bear with me. And one of my MSP customers, they sent us a note that these days we fix it and we let end customer know, or our end enterprise user know that there was something going wrong. We fixed it for you, and now everything is great. So that's the promise of AI. Now, when you take that and apply to open roaming, where our patience has reduced, the usage of Wi-Fi is ubiquitous. We want it everywhere. We want fastest experience. And on the other side, it's not like you guys are rolling in door to get as many IT people as possible. So IT is thinning. In order to create a win-win situation for all, that's the promise of AI. And when you add to automation that Brian is talking about, right? As soon as you are able to automate, think about it. AI is able to do all these things, find the incident, prioritize it for you, tell you these are the ways to solve it. What if I put that in a simple script or a automated routine that keeps doing what it's doing 24/7 by 365? I'm not talking about laying off or firing your IT, but
optimizing it.
It optimizes it, right? That's the promise of AI that we bring to open roaming.
And I would advise putting that in the development of that now.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, definitely.
Putting together the network and then say, oh, now let's solve this issue. Will AI be part of it?
Yeah.
Well, I can speak for Boingo here, and we do that currently. But I think it goes back to last conversation that we had with that Cox was having, just about the north and southbound APIs. Having access to the telemetry is critical, because you can't see if you have blind spots, you can't do anything about it. But if you do have the data and you have the quality measures, and you have the ability to implement a change on the northbound side, then you can make a change on the hardware and adjust. Without those two mechanisms, then there's nothing AI can do.
And I'll speak to the visibility we get from the experience Cloud4Wide provides at the device. We at Marriott face the challenge of visibility. Like, if someone's not calling and I can't see it, then it's just sitting there. The problems exist depending on the area. I just didn't know about it, right? So I can't fix it. The fix could be simple. We can't automate a fix if I don't know. And the drivers behind our open roaming path is also to gain visibility.
Yeah,
because that's something we are lacking. We have it in containerized instances, but if you're not looking at that right time, the problem wasn't there.
Yeah, it's what we learn. It's very important to have northbound API telemetry. But when we see the user perspective in the use of the users, there is a lot of information that typically on the networking side culture, we miss that, And because that can be more relevant. So what we have seen, especially in a mid-large network, after a few weeks, you see really the same trend, day per day, hour by hour. It's super crazy. It's become constant. It seems that you have just few days and you see what is going to be the performance over time in the user. I'm talking the user side. AI there, it's fantastic because the volume of that information can help a lot to predict and give visibility and not have fragmentation. In the past, many of these data points, they were for metering. It's for to build internet. But all this information, there's no dependence on Veracruz. If it doesn't have the Node API, it doesn't care. There's a lot of information that are coming up that can help to be more proactive on the network, focus on the user perspective. The other side, I don't believe that we can think that captive portal is going away, because it's the rollback. And the potential, there are some issues.
And there are different techniques to maintain a user engagement, even with Pathpoint and open roaming. So how can I maintain the customer of that property or that venue engaged with the activities, services? That's super important.
So before we move on from this AI topic, let me ask this question. How often all you guys, if you are in IT, optimize your network? As in tweak, once you have configured it.
Once every 5 years.
Exactly. This is what I wanted to bring out, right? Now, the last piece of this puzzle in AI is that think of it as your third eye, 24/7, 365, looking at your network and providing you with recommendations every 24 hours that while you were sleeping, I found these 3 opportunities to optimize your network, right? And I think IT is still a little bit scared, afraid, is that don't take it away from me. Just tell me that these are the things I need to do to optimize or tweak it. Just don't do it for me. I guess we are 2, 3, 5 years away from that.
We're using AI to have predictive analysis on certain aspects, but we're in the same boat. We're not having it make the changes. We get a report, you look at it, and at that point, someone's going to determine I'll approve the change or not.
Exactly.
We're getting to that comfort level.
Correct.
And I think it's going to be for us, probably the next 12, 18 months, we're going to take subsections of the network and let it self-heal.
Right.
But it is a big gap in between where we think on a lab how it should work, and then when you put it in production, and that's the part we're trying to get comfortable with.
I don't know if you've gotten a new car with autopilot before. And
it scares you? It does. It does. Yes.
Let me propose, we are really running late on the agenda, so I would like to propose that we continue the conversation during coffee break. So Mital, Brian, Riz, Andreas, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Time to come back to the session and the next agenda item for the Congress. So now we are going to kick off the Innovation Forum from the CTO group of WBA. So the CTO group is a platform that was created in WBA to generate thought leadership and discussions with a group of CTOs and CIOs from the members of WBA to help us to shape the future of our roadmap of technical programs. And I will hand over to Dr. Derek Peterson, one of the co-chairs of the CTO group.
Hey, I'll just be quick. You know, we try to do this so that it's interactive and try to bring up problems. And we had some really good discussions in the last couple sessions. So hopefully we can continue that here as part of the CTO group. We haven't met a lot this year, but we're working towards trying to have more of the meetings to have the discussion of the problems. So definitely, if you're not a part of the CTO group and you want to be a part of those discussions, you know, reach out so you can be a part of it. We're going to be doing more of these. We've done several of these over the last year where we bring in different people to kind of share challenges that they have so that we can all start thinking about how we're going to solve them. So today, and I'm going to do a quick introduction. So today our plan is we're going to end up hearing from James Allison, who's the manager of planning at Capital Corridors. So they're working on some challenging aspects that I'm going to let him cover. But then after that, we're going to get a panel together of a bunch of us CTOs where we're going to be basically just talking about how we're going to solve some of the problems that we've been bringing up today. So with that, I'm going to step down and hit the button and hand it over to James to kind of share his thoughts.
Thank you. I think they got me on the loudspeaker, so you got it. Well, hello. Thank you for having me at WBA. I'm kind of a adjunct techie, but I'm a planner by trade. I'm not an engineer. So I kind of float in the areas between being a problem solver and an opportunity maker. And so I want to kind of highlight that in my discussion today. Oh, that's what I need. I think I do need that. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Capital Corridor, but largely talk about the transport industry as a whole. So just a little background about what we are. We serve this market in California, Northern California. We bring a lot of folks into the Bay Area that live further afield, like in Sacramento, but we also serve down in Silicon Valley. So we've kind of got these different markets. And a little more about Northern California, lots of universities, Silicon Valley, tourism, airports, entertainment stadiums, and Sacramento is this big home of state government. So 160 miles, those different markets we talked about, and we're the only transportation service serving the mega region, and people are really living 2 hours away, me included. I work in Oakland when I go into the office, and I live in Sacramento. So I want my time on the train to be valuable. And we operate that as Capital Corridor Joint Powers Authority. We brand, our operator is Amtrak. So a lot of you will, if you're in the States, you certainly know about Amtrak. So what I'm going to cover today are three different things. One is about the market as a whole, about how bandwidth and Wi-Fi relate to different transportation modes. Then I'm going to go into how we deal with it with Wi-Fi on our trains and how we've been dealing with it. And then the transport market as a whole, about their suitability as a player in the Wi-Fi market or in the cellular market. So I'll get started here. So this is the general prescription for transit across the world, really. For heavy rail, which is what I'm in the area of, we got lots of options. We have trackside, very expensive, but really good if you can do it. Cellular aggregation, that's my world. And then satellites coming along. Satellite was often looked at, but boy, the business models and the cost of it just was prohibitive, but it's getting better through the LEO stuff. Subway, we heard about that in the very first keynote. Down deep, no cellular, except it's trackside, and you can bring cellular, you could bring Wi-Fi to it. Light rail, streetcar, kind of open in the city, cellular, trackside, it depends on the uses there. And then buses are cellular, and there's a smidgen of them kind of looking at satellite for certain use cases. So everything that generally happens today, most services are cellular, and that's aggregated cellular and then repurposed on the transit vehicle as Wi-Fi. So now this is a little bit towards my perspective. So cellular backhaul, the metaphor is we were given lemons to work with. We take the lemons and we squeeze the hell out of them. At least we try as best we can. It's not enough to just do that. We've got to use techniques to get as much bandwidth as we can, because as soon as you're on a transit vehicle and people are connected, they are competing. And so a lot of the interest that when I come to conferences like this and I hear, oh, this is a better way to segregate traffic and prioritize traffic, to what extent is, of course, where the decision is. So a little bit of our history was that in 2003, we were approached by a company called Point Shot Wireless and said, we want to do a trial in your area. And they came with a satellite dome that was about half the size of a VW Bug. And I thought, that's not going to fit through the tunnels, but it kind of did. And then it was like, well, that's not going to work. And it was 2G kind of at the time. But we evolved over time, learning the business models, moved to a free business model where we attract people to our mode and we get extra ticket revenue. So that is the predominant model around the world, especially in trains where passenger Wi-Fi is involved. And again, primarily cellular backhaul. So I'm envious of places like Sweden that have great bandwidth. Here in the US, not quite as good, but we understand why, because it's a big place to cover. Different governmental incentives too for providing a lot of bandwidth. So what we've innovated on lately is building upon lessons of the initial trial with Amtrak. We now control our system internally ourselves, but we work with other rail partners in Northern California or throughout California for some of the features here. So we have a service-based model approach. And if government procurement is anything you're familiar with, when we procure something, man, we hold on to it for 20 years and it just dies on the vine over time. So I wanted to do a different model where we can refresh with the vendor and we get new access points and so forth. So our real key was to benefit from a procurement that supported that objective. So the way we have this today, Nomad Digital is our lead service provider or integrator. And then they provide Go Media, which is the landing page, but also the entertainment venue where we have movies on the train to try to distract you so you don't use the bandwidth. So, I mean, that's one technique there. So then Razor Secure is our system security thing, and they just kind of watch for odd behavior. A real key point for us is a company called Zentrans, and they almost work for us. I mean, they are almost staff as far as we're concerned. They are our subject matter experts, and they have different tools and relationships with Nomad Digital. So that's kind of this triangle of innovation and wants, and they act as my sort of, you know, I need this to happen. Can you analyze this? And so they play that role. So as I said, we have several entities who kind of use that sort of triangle of relationships. So the way we provide bandwidth is through aggregated cellular. We have 2 T-Mobile SIMs in each of the brain cars that are on a train set, 3 AT&Ts, and then 1 Verizon SIM. And you can see why we only have 1 Verizon, because it's unlimited up until 25 gigs. So, okay. So we're gonna manage how that happens. We did release some of the throttling settings we put on the Wi-Fi network back in 2021. And what a great time to be, except for COVID, but you're on a train, nobody's on the train. Man, you get to use all the bandwidth you want. It was great, but you had to sit far away apart. And our ridership plummeted, of course, during that time. You've heard about what's happened with transit, but gradually they're coming back. So I wanted to talk about kind of the architecture we have in terms of the business model relationship. So we get our funding from the state. That flows through us to Nomad Digital. On the side, we fund Zentrans and that little microscope heartbeat thing. They're monitoring the system. So is Nomad monitoring the system. We're trying to always solve the problems that come up, and they do come up from time to time. We fund T-Mobile, SIM cards, AT&T, Verizon. That's the pipes that we use, and then the internet's to the yellow box is projected to the train customers. And then Nomad has the relationships with the different vendors for what they do. Go Media does the portal and the landing page, Razor Secure cybersecurity. So this is the core of it, and this happens every year. We ask for money from the state to fund this amenity, really. But there's more than we do than just an amenity for public Wi-Fi. So that whole model there is for the Wi-Fi system, but data from the system from GPS is used in our passenger information display. So that's the PID system, and that's what drives the real-time information about where a vehicle is located, how long it's going to get there, and then we apply business rules to that side. So not too connected to the Wi-Fi network, just one piece of information, but a real key, a real innovative area, I think, for us is this EMV box, which is the Euro, MasterCard, Visa. This is contactless payments, and we're the first ones in the US to be doing contactless payments, and that rides on the Wi-Fi network. And it uses all the comms from that, and then the tap-in goes through Kuba, which is the hardware vendor, off to the transit payment processor, off to the bank relationship, and then we get paid. So we're just limiting that to a few, couple of hundred customers right now, because we're testing it out and we're learning a ton on this, including how robust the on-train network needs to be and how robust the monitoring needs to be. So we took the passenger Wi-Fi and have cranked up the need to have that thing stable and working, because now it's revenue that we're talking about. And we're slated to launch for EMV later in the year. A little bit of what we do here, this is what Zentrans produced, is a monitoring tool. And this is available just on the web here, that we have a module in our screen, really, in our office. And I walk by that screen a lot, and I look at that cellular use and performance. And when I see one of the networks suddenly taking a dip, I'm like, uh-oh, what's going on here? Did somebody change the latency settings so that the favoritism of the network changed through that? So I check that out from time to time, but this just kind of keeps us on track with what we're doing. Just quickly, a little bit about our usage, and I find some of this interesting. The ridership is growing because it's coming back from COVID, but the amount of use on the train per passenger that does connect has been about the same. It just kind of holds steady it hasn't changed very much. But what we're seeing now, there's a little bit of variability here, but for those who are connected, their throughput per user is slightly trending downward. And I wonder, what is that? And I don't have all the details to look at this quite yet, but I'm suspecting we're starting to see a little bit of that competition on the train between users. And so it kind of all throttles down. So now I'm going to step back away from what we are as an intercity rail operator, and I'm going to talk more about public transport overall. So the fact is that there's a wide variety of public transport systems in the US, around the world, and not all of it, I don't think, is commercially interesting either which way in terms of Wi-Fi. So you kind of have to go through all these filters to find out, aha, I've got the right mix. The things that help with that are a long travel time, and that's us. Long travel time. I want to be entertained. I want to work. The ownership of land assets. So if you're a transport company, as we heard in the first Boingo presentation yesterday, New York MTA, they own their assets. Good on them. Leverage them. Use those to obtain some revenue, have happy riders, that kind of stuff. The other bit is the rolling stock itself. If you're standing in a crowded bus for 15 minutes, are you really going to be doing much productivity? You might be able to reach your phone, but in our case, rolling stock and a nice seat and time, it all matters in terms of how the rolling stock can accommodate these things, or should accommodate. And then there's other reasons to have Wi-Fi, such as perhaps live video streaming for safety, but that is a really big hurdle because of the bandwidth needs and that mobile unit. So just like spectrum we talked about, there is really a spectrum of different transits. And some of these graphs here are meant to show that, by God, New York just absolutely dominates in the US. There's nothing like it. 38% of transport trips in the large metro areas. And then finally, all these other cities are so much less. Chicago, Illinois, you go down to it, and then all other metros are not even what New York has. So the attractiveness from the commercial aspect is New York is a great place to crack, to get into, but that circle pie diagram there, the real majority of transit systems in the US are rural. And some of those are operated by staff of 3 people. The boss is driving a bus, okay? And they don't know about this world, this Wi-Fi world. So in transport, the form follows the flows. So mobility demand for transport across a market or between markets, it will kind of determine what kind of vehicle you get, what kind of level of service you get. So for Wi-Fi and transit, it follows the mobility flow. So if you have a busy place like New York, you're going to have a lot of service. You'll have trains. You'll have a lot of train service. And that also affects the vehicles. So in our case, spacious us, seats, tables, it makes sense. You have room to be productive, but in the bus, not the same. The other thing about the transit agency is what assets do they own? In our case, we do not even own the tracks we are operating on. They're owned by a freight railroad. We don't own the stations. So we're limited in what we can offer, the suite of services we can offer, at least easily. But my parent agency, Bay Area Rapid Transit, or BART, does own their assets, and they are leveraging those assets. And they also have passengers, which I consider assets as well. So they leverage all of that in partnerships with industry leaders such as yourselves. So now to the kind of the DNA of transit agencies. Again, super diverse. Natively, there's very few transport employees that really even know about what's going on in this world that we've been talking about. They're not exposed to these objectives typically. So they don't always have a great understanding about the business model that they could be thinking about or that you're thinking about. They don't know about the ways to procure in technology areas, and they're certainly not keeping up with industry trends. But there are transit IT folks, but they're there to serve the office. They're there a little bit to possibly serve the transit vehicles or the operations themselves. And they're going to be mostly concerned about network security. And they're not trying to do public-facing Wi-Fi. But on the other end of the tail, where it's really steep, where you've got your New Yorks and your big metros, they do have staff who understand radio frequencies, IT, they're Wi-Fi savvy, I'd say. BART is a good example. They work with Bolden Networks and American Tower because they're trying to leverage their assets, and they understand what they have and what they're trying to create out of that, both for a revenue share, but also for their riders and for their own system itself. It's a great deal to go with a place like BART because you own footprints in the entire Bay Area to place your towers and other things like that in fiber. So the thing is, though, in the transport industry, the managers of the transport systems aren't going to have a lot of knowledge about IT systems or Wi-Fi. They're going to mostly know what they see advertised maybe with Best Buy, and they're going to wonder, well, why should I do that? Why should I care about Wi-Fi 7 and what it can do? So there's a whole layer of education there, I think that's important. And if you're a smaller transit agency, and there's some pictures here running on a rural road. This is on-demand transit. Pick up somebody who needs to go to a medical appointment or something like that. They will barely have an IT department, and they won't even be thinking about it, especially in the rural areas. So, but that's slowly changing. The reason it's changing is because the federal government is looking to automate data that's coming from that vehicle. In other words, ridership counts, reporting requirements, and that all gets a lot easier when it's automated or there's Wi-Fi sensing devices, Bluetooth sensing devices. And we are even looking at places in California. I work a little bit with the state on this contactless payment ticketing. And they're wondering, well, how are we going to get a transit agency in Colusa County with population of 18, no, a little more than that, but really not a lot of folks. How are they going to exchange your data? How are they going to see the real-time station? So Starlink is looking as an option, and they've done some trials there. The issue is the business model. How much does Starlink cost? So the nature of the transport journey is also a point, especially in my situation. This is how I came to this whole conference, actually, because passengers are on our trains a long time. External parties saw, hey, I like those passengers. They would be the ones that use Wi-Fi, and they sure do. So kind of got sucked into this world back in 2003 and been working on it ever since. It's a compelling reason to have folks get on our service as opposed to driving. And even if we didn't have Wi-Fi, they seem to like just the fact that I don't have to be white-knuckled driving behind stop-and-go traffic. But you add the Wi-Fi and you're like, all right, that's it. So that is a sticky point. We get more revenue because of that. So wanted to go over what I covered today. It's the different niches. It's the intercity passenger rail case that we have, and then the suitability of Wi-Fi and the transport agency as a match. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions, but if you have other questions, it'd be great to see in a group context.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Jim.
A bit over, okay.
No, in fact, we are moving on to a panel. So, Jim, let me invite you to join us on this panel. Thanks for all the challenges. You just gave our innovators a harder job. And then let me invite back Derek Peterson, the CTO of Boeing and co-chair of the CTO Innovation Forum, Matt McPherson, our co-chair from Cisco, Najati Champolat from Intel, working group lead of the WBA, and also Tiago Rodrigues, our CEO. So it's about innovation. We are trying to have the biggest panel here, and hopefully, we'll be fast and driven in terms of the trends. Let me just go back here so you know everyone. Okay, so I think we managed to do it. Perfect. So let me start by saying that when we have these innovation forum discussions, sometimes we try not to go really R&D, but short-term innovation with the mindset into the future. So as a way to start, the topic of today's panel is future wireless trends. So can each of you tell me the one trend, if you are approached by a customer or for WBA member, what would you say is the number one trend you see in the next 3 years for wireless technologies? Tiago, maybe.
For me, it's easy. Open roaming.
Yeah, I think you've heard me speak about this a lot. And what we're hearing from customers is this capability to use next generation wireless for more deterministic, predictable behavior. That seems to be the concern of most folks, whether it's edge conditions, how we prioritize traffic. I think I see that as number one, and then open roaming.
This is better. Well, I look at so many things in the industry, including the IEEE, what is happening over there, and Wi-Fi Alliance, and as well as the WBA over here. It's really quite a bit interesting work items in the pipeline coming, and including the, of course, Wi-Fi 7 that I've been leading in terms of how it is ramping up and the industry of the interest of the industry. That we have started the field trials. Actually, there were so many requests and so much interest in terms of understanding Wi-Fi 7 and how to use it, where to use it. That's really something really amazing in terms of the level of interest. On the other hand, we also started to work item on the AI/ML. In terms of the AI/ML for Wi-Fi, really a lot of people are scratching their head, and quite a few opportunities are there, and we are going to see significant momentum over there in terms of where and how AI/ML is going to be used for Wi-Fi. And that's one question over there actually for AI/ML is two-way. One is basically what AI/ML can do for Wi-Fi, and as well as what Wi-Fi can do for AI/ML. So really looking at the opportunities and everything else over there in the next few years is going to really bubble up.
Derek.
Yeah, I think, and maybe mine's not working either. Is it up? No. Oh, you got it. Maybe not. All right, or my hand away. I think what I've seen is we started off and we had this journey where we were just building networks. And then 5G came up and we were like, oh, use cases matter. And to me, it's like, whoa, well, we're finally thinking of networks like it should be. It should be, we're focused on use cases. And then I sit here and I look at open roaming, it's solving connectivity so that we can get connected. That's important. Determinism, we're caring about the use case and we're solving for that solution. AI/ML, we now have tools that help us to do that. So in the end, what I see is 6G and all the Gs, and to say what JR showed yesterday, it doesn't matter about the Gs. What we're really starting to focus on, which is I think key, is we're starting to recognize that we're not just building networks so that we have a network. We're building networks for a reason. And you look at this example that James just shared with us. There's a reason that network needs to be there. And so if we start, to me, thinking that we're no longer just building networks, that we're building experiences, and we start understanding those experiences and adjusting for those experiences, that to me is 6G, 7G, and all of that leads to convergence, determinism, AI/ML, but that is the future, and that's exciting because we're no longer just solving the how, we're understanding the why. And I shared that before, but to me, I think we're understanding the why. So I think the next 3 years, we're going to be focused on the why.
And James, what did you ask first to your vendors?
Well, I'm kind of stuck with the vendor I have, and they seem to be a little 5 or 6 years behind. And I mean, I may want them to be more aggressive. I don't have the time to push them because I'm doing rail projects, infrastructure and stuff. But to what you just said, I think where I'm headed, as soon as we started on this contactless payment, I want B out. So all the context-aware, the networks, I want people to sign up. And it is about, for me, it's the user experience. And I wouldn't be doing any of this unless this was about the user experience. So it's just all these are tools to get towards that user experience. And I want to make the train be the best experience that people can have. And they're like, I don't want to take the car because I like my beer and I like my laptop and I'm going to.
And they still want to go to the office because cities more and more want people back because the revenues are going down. So you help everyone on that ecosystem.
But there's also this on the train. Oh, I want to take the train home, but I also want to be in a Zoom call. Ooh,
yes,
that's a tough one.
For that hour or
so
90 minutes.
That's the new trend that we need to be always on with multiple devices. So wherever we go, we need to be on. And that puts a lot of pressure on the networks, deployments, on the capacity, coverage, and that generates much more complexity in terms of management, deployment, orchestration of all these capacities, not only on Wi-Fi, but even on other wireless technologies, cellular, private cellular, Wi-Fi. So generates a very much more complex ecosystem.
Yeah. And in fact, I think based on what you have shared on the CTO Innovation Forum, we are releasing some predictions for the next years and we cluster them into 4 areas. So we didn't prepare these, so I'll just try to address each of these cluster predictions to each of you. And what I would like to ask you is, how do you see so many topics coming under this prediction and how you believe, your company will help driving them? So maybe Matt, starting with you. The first one is wireless generations evolution and fixed networks synergies. So it converges the 10 gigabits experience, AFC, spectrum. How important you believe this trend is, and are you able to bundle it and go to market?
Yes. No, that was a mouthful. It's as we're going down this path, there's so many things that are changing. I mean, even just when we went into 6 gigahertz, this capability to use spectrum that was already assigned to other uses. And as we go into things like very low power, as we go into areas like standard power, and now I think big announcements coming out around AFC and the ability to use that. But I also see this distribution that's happening when it comes to wireless access that Derek mentioned a minute ago around convergence and how we would connect all these networks together. And so I've been a big advocate for convergence because I see billions of dollars going on in I would say, a more distributed B2B spend that's happening in buildings. For example, Marriott's investing obviously in the Wi-Fi networks that are in here. We see these broad coverage models that obviously the SPs are investing in, whether that be someone like a Comcast or an AT&T or Verizon, et cetera. And if we can actually unify these capabilities together, then we can take these billions that are being spent and give a universal user experience, which I would also mention a little bit as well, because I do see these trends happening. And as we do this integration starts to become very important from a management standpoint. So how do we do this in a predictable way? How do we do this with policy? Which is why we're looking at a lot of these edge conditions. And if we don't get this right, what's going to happen is that we're going to have these industries that are kind of bucking heads and arguing over the wrong things, right? Because I think some of this, especially when we talk about spectrum, it's a math problem. It's physics and math. And the question really becomes, how do we digitize a country most efficiently on a cost per bit basis? And the answer to that is going to be sometimes Wi-Fi and it's going to be sometimes 5G. Wi-Fi is not going to do what 5G can do. And 5G isn't going to have the cost benefits of what we're doing, especially indoors and applying some of those things. So I would say this convergence that we're seeing that's happening in the industry along this line, it's one of the strengths, I think, of WBA because WBA is looking at the solution. It's not something that you're going to do just looking at one piece of this. We need to start looking at it more holistically.
Thanks, Matt. And especially with the maps, you will see that there is a trend of corporations with, either stores or shopping malls across so many states, that if they know that they can join us and request more spectrum, I think that will be quite useful. But yeah, thank you. So I'm glad that you are able to go to market with this. I was sure, but the second one, Najati, it's disruptive services. And on this one, we have bundled role of AI, augmented reality, new IoT technologies. We just saw Eric announcing AI at the laptops level. So this innovation is coming soon, but is it going to grow to the common household still in the recent years, or?
Well, as you hear it, we started eating, drinking, breathing AI right now. Everywhere we go, you just get sometimes tired of, this word over there. Everywhere is just puzzling, and there is no way that we can avoid this coming to Wi-Fi space as well. So the question becomes over here, where are the, these opportunities that we can just basically quickly and easily capitalize on that one? And there are a lot of opportunities both for innovation as well as enabling additional service differentiation and everything else. It is not only specific to Wi-Fi itself, into the telecommunication space where you look at over there. There are lots of things in terms of enabling different services and fixing and addressing the current challenges. Given that over here, basically, there is no way that we can avoid. We are going to see, even with the convergence of this space that Matt was talking about over there, how AI and ML is going to help us in this space using the spectrum efficiently and better in a way that is available for Wi-Fi and as well as 5G and all that spaces. All in all, I also would like to add a couple of things to convergence item over here that we have been working on this thing for many years, but we are not still at the state where we should be. Especially starting early on, there was somehow almost rejection of Wi-Fi from the this mobile space over there because we couldn't deliver the services and capabilities to the level it was designed. But over the years, with the Wi-Fi 6 and Wi-Fi 7 and the Wi-Fi 8 in the pipeline, we are almost on par with many of the capabilities that the cellular world can deliver in terms of the schedule-based access and reliability, latency, and all that stuff. Given this, the question becomes over there, why not take advantage of each other's strength and complement each other versus the facing this thing in an opposite direction. We had the saying that struggle is futile. I see over here, anything that you just go against it in a trend, and then the opportunities in that the Wi-Fi can offer really becomes over that struggle is futile. You have to accept the reality and then take advantage of it. Now, I think there is also a question before you ask about the 6G. What I would like to say about the 6G space over there so far, Wi-Fi has been treated almost as a stepchild from the 3GPP world over there that I have been personally involved in many discussions, and that it was more of a patch solution that you just, afterthought, you thought you just bring it over there and try to make it work. And it did not fly well because there are so many specifications and architectures that we have developed over the years, almost none got deployed. Yep. So here we go. What with the 6G coming, we need to early engage and then make that sure that there is this natively support for Wi-Fi and these two work together, so that we can just enable these services to the betterment of all of us.
Yeah. Najati, the third cluster is about open roaming and convergence with cellular, especially with an eye on 6G. So maybe making it a bit more personal. So Derek, for those of you that don't know, about 10 years ago, came up with a manifesto that was about convergence. So given these trends, that is open roaming to expand to IoT, 5G, of course, convergence of private cellular with Wi-Fi, and now 6G. For this trend not to work, how would your manifesto look with some changes to adapt and carry on being the guidance?
I would say, the move towards open is key,
right? And when I did that manifesto, I heard a lot of this kind of talk about 3GPP hating, and I was 3GPP guy. I mean, that's where I started, and I became a Wi-Fi guy when I joined Boingo 13 years ago. And now I'm a huge proponent of it. I've always been, but now I'm, have to speak about it too. But I guess the key thing for me is it's that openness. It's that collaboration that we're talking about, right? Between the different technologies. And then it's the delivering the use case. I mean, he's using Wi-Fi with the cellular backhaul and the satellite backhaul. It's all converging in the use, but it's hard because he has a closed platform. They're all closed to him. And we did a good job, I think, in the last 8 years. I remember when I started off with Wi-Fi and I was like going, how come when I was building these networks before, I had all these QCI levels and all this stuff, and then on the Wi-Fi side, I had no access to any APIs. And I know I brought this up before, but I bugged these guys. I bugged everybody. I talked to all my vendors and I go, if you don't start giving me APIs and I have to use SNMP to look at everything, I'm going to stop using you because I need APIs. And they're like, why? We can build the whole solution for you. I was like, yeah, you can. But there's all these other edge cases that I got to solve that I need access so I can solve. So to me, we need to continue to open up. And that's the key thing. We've got to open up. I'm waiting for the day when we talk in AI, ML, and the use cases. I had those Google glasses way back when, and I used to wear them all the time. And I was sitting here waiting because most of you who know me, I am the worst person with names. I know all your faces, but I came up to you, I'll go, hey man, how's it going? Because I am horrible with names. I need that stupid glasses that's going to sit there and go, oh, that's Kevin. Oh, and I need that. I need the AI engine behind that. I need the glasses. I need it all to work so I cannot be sitting there going, hey, you. I want that. I've been asking for that forever. And if we don't figure out how to solve that so that I have that available to me, we've done a disservice because I need it. And I don't want to put a chip in my brain like I put in my hand. I'd like to have glasses this time. So hopefully we can figure those kind of things out. And to me, convergence is really about us being open. And that was what the manifesto said. It was collaborating and opening up. And I don't think we've done better. I think we have a long way to go.
Yes.
One question there. Do you see 6G as the opportunity to make it more open?
I was hoping. That was my hope. My hope was when 5G came out and then all of a sudden 3GPP started talking about use cases, and every conference we went to, everybody's like, use cases, use cases, use cases. So I was like, oh, they're finally getting it. It's about use cases. And then they're realizing because it's about use cases, that means convergence has to be the next level. Determinism, convergence, all this AI stuff, that has to be the next level. So I was hoping when 3GPP met that they'd be talking about convergence. Then we got our briefing from Bruno about what they're talking about over there. And I was like, dang it, they missed it again. And I think that that's the challenge. So maybe it's time for another manifesto. I'd be love to do a manifesto with the WBA and just say, you know what? We've been doing this for 10 years. I mean, my manifesto is 2014, 10 years ago. Maybe we need another manifesto and it's like, guys, get off the G's. Maybe we still JR's thing and say there's no, I don't remember what I don't listen to rap, so I don't remember it, but maybe we need to do that thing where we go, gee, something gone. And we go, hey, let's focus in on convergence.
And probably the last time we'll not use AI to help us, writing and organizing that manifesto.
Exactly.
But yeah, so, and the final cluster of predictions.
Hey, Bruno, could I make one comment on AI?
Yeah.
Since it's such a broad topic, and I know you just announced something. One of the things that we've started to notice on AI is that it's only as good as its data. And there seems to be some competition that's going on in the industry on who owns what data and how you're collecting data, because your AI is going to be smarter if you have more data. And so then there's this idea that, well, can we exchange data? And I think that starts to get into some of the APIs and stuff like that that Derek is talking about. But my hope is that AI becomes a unifying capability when we start talking about some of these systems. So, for example, the device has AI. Right now, I know that they're talking about things like large language models and doing queries like that, but there's other AI that's in a device that's building cloud services on the experience, how it connects to the network, where it connects well, where it doesn't connect well. There's AI that's going on in the network. And when we say there's AI going on to the network, I mean all of them. You know, there's AI that's happening in 5G. We've talked about AI as far as allocation of spectrum and maybe doing that dynamically based on demand. There's obviously AI going on in the Cisco networks. We just spent a lot of money on Splunk. And, you know, why did we buy Splunk? Well, you know what? You know who has a lot of data? Splunk, right? We have our Thousand Eyes platform. But it's my hope that as these AIs become more sophisticated, I don't think companies are going to want to give up that data. But what you can do is you can start to do this collaborative AI type of capability where an AI can talk to another AI to get a better end result by just gaining some of the intelligence on what they've learned so that we can have a better device experience. We can have a better network experience. We can have a better spectrum experience. We can have a better experience going between 5G and Wi-Fi. And so hopefully, as we apply these next generation technologies, we can get there, right? We can start to apply that to something that actually unifies some of these efforts. I was hoping 6G would be a unifying thing as well.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a higher order area where it happens.
And Matt, thanks for setting the vision. Lots of the success we have is that, you know, especially vendors in the WBA, they understand the need for collaboration. And when it comes to data and AI, that will be critical. And those are the discussions we're having within the working group. But yeah, no, thank you for that. And I must just say that to this convergence topic, WBA has been the sole organization promoting Wi-Fi cellular convergence since ever. So this will be a unique opportunity based on everything you guys shared. But let me just conclude here the predictions clusters. So Derek, Manifesto 2014. The final one is new network management paradigms. And 10 years before, 2004, Tiago, together with Angelus, built the world first Wi-Fi roaming, and that was a new management paradigm. So I must ask you, Tiago, I think this one aggregates network as a service, of course, open roaming, going to the cloud, open approaches. So how do you think, based on what you were doing 20 years ago, things have moved on, and how we are going to continue to push this even further?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was the first Wi-Fi roaming interconnection, but yes, one of the first. No, like I mentioned before, a lot of complexity is now coming up. And for example, I always like to give the example of Derek and Boingo, because it's an example of the management of multiple wireless technologies on the same environment. So that should be somehow the status quo for many venues and many locations. So it's not one location that we say, okay, inside this room, I just have one single wireless technology. Most likely I may have two or three, and definitely on the edges of this building, I have probably 4 or 5 if needed. So we need to build, like Derek said, a more open ecosystem where we are somehow able to exchange some type of information. AI can help in terms of anonymizing the data that we can exchange between platforms. But then we need orchestration for that. And that's where the standards need to come along, because going on a path that either 3GPP or any other technology goes on one way and the other technology go another way, then we have a problem of orchestration. So I need another system to somehow translate from one language to the other, and becomes a super complex ecosystem that will, in my view, can somehow create a roadblock for the evolution of this convergence. So if we really want convergence, we need to be able to open up and share information between platforms to be able to understand the environment available.
Yeah, bringing all together. Yeah, I think, let me just ask if there's any innovation based on these 4 clusters we identified that anyone would like to bring also to the table. We have Drew.
I'm curious with not only moving you're coming up right behind it. How does that, what do you see with the future of that and the way that it's going to impact not just jobs, but responsibilities and how we think about managing networks and managing devices? When you take all of the complexity behind understanding the way that you configure and you administrate the network, and you hide that behind voice control, for example. What's the next? First, how well do you see that working out? Second, what happens then when you don't have to worry about the network anymore? When it goes into self-driving because it can do the job it's supposed to do, what do you do? What do you do then to fill your days?
I think it's the use case, well, the experiences. I mean, I think that that's where you start filling your days at. I mean, we had people up here trying to use a mic and the mic wasn't working, and we know that all of this stuff is using waves, whether it's light, our radio waves, and if you, I mean, I'm getting kind of nerdy here, but you look at, you know, even chemicals, and you look at the chart, right? The chemistry chart. The chemistry chart is wrong, right? And it's waves. So they ended up showing that radon, baron, all those things, they're waves. They're not physical. And we've been looking at them as physical. And I don't know if you've studied some of that, but there's a lot to learn about waves that we haven't even touched when it comes to this stuff. So I think there's still more to do here with the knowledge that we all have, right, of how radio waves work and light waves and all that, but it goes beyond that. So I think there's a ton of work for us.
Wi-Fi sensing is a topic. No one talked about Wi-Fi sensing a few years ago. Completely a new innovation that is coming up.
Yeah, I was going to go the same way, because if we go the path that you're suggesting, I think it's very easy to become least common denominator, right? Because you're trying to pull all these things together. And what I think there's still so much innovation that's happening in this space. To me, it's another area of convergence. I mean, you look at the different vendors, you look at what Cisco's doing, and AP isn't a Wi-Fi thing anymore. It's got a 15.1 radio, it's got a 15.4 radio. We're doing Bluetooth, we can do Matter, we can do Thread.
LiDAR.
You're building these new meshes and capabilities, and to Tiago's point, everything that we're doing around sensing, around FTM and ultra wideband. There's so much that's still going on that I think it's very hard to tie those things and make them a utility until you start getting to the point where it normalizes. And I don't think we're normalized yet in this space of wireless. There's a lot of innovation that's going on. And so I think there's still going to be a lot of competitive differentiation. And maybe that's not the answer that everybody wants to hear, because what you're suggesting can be seen as easier. But I think we are going to start seeing those other flavors. And in fact, when I presented yesterday, one of the things that we're looking at is how do we combine some of those technologies? And I talked about using location, not just for layer 7 to figure out where a tag is, or to track some piece of equipment. How do we use location services to actually be operational, to improve the performance of the network by better understanding the RF, by better understanding how you might do handoff, things like that. So I think there's going to be a lot of development that continues to go on. I'll never forget the previous chairman of the FCC, Chairman Pai. He used to call unlicensed the innovation spectrum. And I really love that, right? Because what that means is that you can put all these new types of capabilities and things, and you know what? The good stuff is going to bubble up to the top. And then we'll start combining those things. But we haven't seen all the good stuff bubble up yet, because we're still building it.
Still moving. I think we have one question as well from Maria, and then
I'm going to be cheeky. I'm going to make a comment and a question. Can I? Sure. Just on the convergence, as you all know, I'm fully supportive of convergence. Just one additional point I wanted to make, which is I really think sending a manifesto or expressing our views is a great starting point. We absolutely need to do that, but it's not enough. So if I show you the NGMN paper in 2015, I have it here because I was looking at it yesterday. It says fixed mobile convergence is a requirement for 5G. And guess what happened? It didn't. When it comes to the implementation, it falls to the bottom of the list. There are strong players inside 3GPP who are not that interested in convergence. So if we want to make it happen, we have to go and make it happen. Sorry, I'm just making that point because I was looking at that paper just
but
yesterday.
do you see that as a business problem or a technical problem?
Business, absolutely business. But there are a lot of businesses here who have an interest in convergence and can come to those bodies with our business interests and make it happen. Yeah, I think we agree. Sorry, you're going to say.
No, I was just to comment, Maria. It's a great point, and I think we have on this community some of the biggest MNOs, some of the biggest fixed broadband operators in the world, the biggest vendors, Wi-Fi vendors in the world. Many of the device players are here as well. So it's a question that we organize ourselves and we have a common voice in whatever place needed.
That's exactly the point I'm making. Absolutely.
So I'll just say something. You know, me and Dean Bubbly always argue, right? Because I always say, hey, we should be convergent, and he goes, we should be divergent. And I think that the reason why we argue is because we're both on different sides. I think we need to converge the technologies, but I think that divergence causes the change to happen, right? And so when you think about, and I said it earlier, the 2007 Apple came out. I mean, before that, AT&T controlled every handset that got connected on wire. And so we didn't have true innovation. And then all of a sudden, boom, something comes out and it goes, okay. And then what happened is they took over that area and we haven't had that divergent, thing. We had the Google goggles try to come out. They didn't succeed. We've had things try to come out and say, why are we still carrying around a stupid little phone? I hate it. It's like, why can't we change that? But so we got to have, to me, there's like this dichotomy between convergence and divergence that you need, because you need innovation, and innovation doesn't come by letting businesses control everything. And so we've got to try to figure out how you do openness and you get divergence and convergence to work together.
I'm not sure what you mean by divergence, Derek, but I do think that having a flexible architecture gives you the tools that you can combine to do what you like.
So
open.
Well, maybe you call it open, I call it flexible. I think we mean the same thing. Yeah.
I've had this conversation with Dean as well, and actually he opened my eyes a little bit. He's a pretty bright guy. And I agree on this convergence when the use case is the same use case. So when you're talking about moving data, and if you're using it doing that with Wi-Fi, or you're doing that with 5G, and you're trying to pull those things together, that's a convergence, right? What's a divergence? Well, you look at something like LoRaWAN, and that's designed to go very long distances with very low power. That's not something that really, I know 5G is pursuing this in some angles, but it's not really something that 5G does well. It's not really something that Wi-Fi I know there's Halo out there, but I think what we're saying is use the technologies in their strengths. Right. And so there's always going to be these things, whether it's called Wi-Fi Halo, it's still divergent from what we originally did Wi-Fi from. But I do think that there's going to be a consolidation in how we do this. And what we're seeing at Cisco, I mean, especially if you look in a building, how many times do you want to pull a cable and put in PoE? Right. You're not going to want to do that for all of these different types of access points or sensors and things like that. So that's going to converge. That's just going to converge because of the cost pressure. Right. Yep. But as far as the technology goes and innovation, maybe it's going a little bit the other way.
Yeah, we need the model. Jim, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to add it's interesting where this is going, but I'll sit on my side from looking after a particular use case is I have to learn how to procure for that. I mean, even like, how do I ask for the right thing? And am I okay with this being the right thing? So I have to educate myself, or it has to come to me in a useful package. And I'll definitely second on the API openness bit, because we've seen monopolies in our industry share nothing they're like, here comes our ticketing system. And if they decide to leave the market, New York, I mean, so many places are really in a difficult way. So we're trying to build modular systems, but they have to have APIs to talk to each other. And I need that, and we need to procure like that so that we can blend things. And in some ways, I see stuff and it's like, please stay in your lane. You're good at that. Don't say, oh, yes, I can do that. Because I've been told that can happen. And I go, okay, let's see it. And then it doesn't happen so well.
Yeah, it's such as an RFP toolkit type approach. And that's a really go-to-market deliverable, I would say, we can put forward.
And I think this has connections to AI too. As much as I hate to admit it, if you look at a Cisco manual on how to configure something, you might get a little lost. There's a lot of things that you can do, but you know what you can do? You can take an AI and say, configure that router to do this function, and you know what? It will. Right? Now, if you can do that with a Cisco router, you can do it with the other guys too. And if you start to do that, that's like you saying you want these common AIs, but I think a lot of the problem that we've had with common AIs is it's hard to build a tool across everything available to you. Even if you have the APIs, you still have to unify it, right? So maybe that's that next layer of interaction that we get in leveraging these new capabilities.
As long as you open up your manual, right? As long as it's open and available. Data has to be available.
You can use AI to get to the right page of the manual.
There you go.
And read.
What's your Maria?
Can I add my question now? And it is about APIs. So I think it's a continuation of this conversation. So you've mentioned APIs, Derek, as well. And I totally agree, by the way. I think APIs is the way forward. There is one specific approach to APIs, which is the way, again, the mobile or the cellular world is intending to go, which is this ambition to monetize our networks and capabilities by exposing APIs and having to come together and aggregate those APIs so that we attract the developer ecosystem. We may or may not believe that that's the way forward, but at least they are having another go at it with things like GSMA, Open Gateway, and those things. What's your view in the Wi-Fi? One thing that doesn't help with, again, that vision is when you start to fragment. So if I have location-based APIs, if we have QoS APIs, if they're going to work on cellular, but as soon as my people move on to Wi-Fi, since we're talking about convergence, those APIs don't work, then as a developer, I might not be that interested. So I just wanted to hear the views from the panel on that particular topic and whether you have some thoughts as to whether we should do more of that or less of that or none.
Well, I guess I'll chime in. I think there needs to be more APIs. I mean, we have this idea that we're moving to containers, microservices. You think about blockchain, you think about all the things that have come in the last, 5-10 years. And what did blockchain try to do? Try to open up, the data, right? So it's trying to say, hey, instead of there being a single source of truth, there's multiple sources of truth, and let's share it. And then we go, oh, security. But then blockchain is more secure, you could argue, because there's multiple people who have that same control and the same value. So, and I think the same thing with APIs. I think you have to keep opening them up. I think you have to open them up, but you have to make them smaller and smaller. And then you have to have a master API that kind of sits on top. So we do this at Boingo. We've got to work with all and Brian alluded to it. His team's very busy on this all the time because I push it. And we're like going, okay, so I've got to go grab the Ruckus API, the Cisco API, the Aruba API, the Cradlepoint API, because we're using that, the satellite API, and I want to do one function. I want to, change radio, bounce a radio. So I create one master that says bounce, and then it has to go, okay, who am I talking to? And it does all that. That's how we have to do it today. Hopefully AI gets us there, so I don't have to sit there and go, well, in Ruckus it's called this, and in Cisco it's called this, and in this one it's called this. But unfortunately, I also don't want them to make them the same, because they'll probably have a little bit of different innovation in the way they do it. And so I'm going to end up wanting them to have that same innovation. So that's where, there is going to be a little bit of non-convergence there that I'm going to have to work on. And that's what we do. And then, of course, I've got change control and operationals that I got to do. So that same API that calls to bounce calls my
my ticketing system to inform the knock that I'm going to do that bounce, records it and does all that. That's all stuff we have to do because you can't just go bounce. You have to, mark it all through all the systems that you did that. And then you have an AI sitting on top of it going, how come I'm bouncing that thing because this thing's happening every other day? Something's going on. And so it's looking for those tickets that we're bouncing to, and it's running AI on those, trying to figure out why I'm bouncing that thing every Tuesday at 4 o'clock. There's something going on at the airport Tuesday at 4 o'clock. Somebody's doing something. So we start tracking that down, but all of that has to link. And the only way I can link it all is through APIs. So at the end of the day, I just need the API. That's what I want. I'm going to put it all in my data because I've got to link all these things together. And so if you can give me that, I'm happy.
Yeah,
and that's where I live, in that integration.
Yeah, I'll just say that, we had a microcosm of this even within Cisco itself, right? Because you build an AP and you get silicon from one place, you build a switch, you get silicon from someplace else. Maybe your own silicon, you build a router, the SD-WAN router. And so what happened for us is we were trying to push policy across the entire network. You had different queuing mechanisms. You had some that were in the software path, some that were in the hardware path, right? And how you would prioritize traffic. And so the first thing that we had to do in building network management platforms was to understand what it meant to do an end-to-end policy using our own APIs to get what we needed in each hop for end to end, right? And, when I listen to Maria, what I'm hearing is, that needs to be not just in a company, but external to a company.
Yes. Yeah, we want access to all that for sure. We would love access to that. That's that open thing. If you could give us access to that, it's still your knowledge, but if we could just have access to those APIs, it goes a long way.
So 3 working items, the RFP toolkit, a model for conversions, and then the API initial reference designs. Let's take one last question from the audience. I know there is some more inputs, but Ahmed, please.
Yeah, I'm going to rant a little bit around on this one, but hopefully my point will come clear at the end. So first point I want to make, convergence is not against innovation. It's never been. Convergence, interoperability, open ecosystem always benefits the industry. We can all go back and look at beginning in the days in the mobile world where SMS was a closed ecosystem and how that changed the whole industry when it was open and interoperable and everybody is doing it. Apple is coming around on iMessage as well. And they're opening up that, whether by choice or not, it's happening. So I think that my point here is convergence and openness does push the ecosystem to innovate. It does actually create more value for the customer overall, and it never stops innovation. So that's number one point. The number 2 point I want to make, taking us back to the basics. When we talk about convergence, and this topic came up yesterday, we forget the most critical piece of the puzzle, which is the UE, the handset device. At the end of the day, you can do whatever you want to do on the network side. If you don't have a collaboration between the network and the device, convergence is never going to happen. And there is a solution being proposed by 3GPP that's called AT3+. Whether we like it or not, I heard a comment in the past that was saying, well, ANDSF, nobody did it because it was trying to solve the same problem. That was in the past. There was no WBA. There was no ecosystem as big as it is today for Wi-Fi. And there was no champions for Wi-Fi to push it. But what is WBA position on AT3+? I would like to know that. Is that something we want to push for? Is that something we are against? Is that something we are, but need to fix it in the first way? And if we are not, what is our response? 3GPP has come up with a solution to this problem. What is our position and how we want to, deal with that? The last point I would make is actually going to the APIs. Above and beyond that, again, the 3GPP and the GSMA, and my hope actually when WBA was created is to be the equivalent to GSMA's voice for the Wi-Fi ecosystem. They're pushing the whole network exposure function, the APIs, northbound of the 3GPP network, to expose all their capabilities and be able to monetize them. On the other side, on Wi-Fi, we're diversion, open Wi-Fi, RDK, Purple, this and that, creating ecosystem of siloed APIs. What is our response to that? How do we plug into either that ecosystem and expand the APIs, like in Camara, for example, to integrate Wi-Fi? Or do we come up with a way, with an alternative way? I would like to understand WBA position, because these are strategic future decisions going to make the whole ecosystem look very different in a few years. Thank you.
Yes, personally, I think we need another 40-minute panel. But at least, Ahmed, I will just fire a few. You are absolutely right. So we have a work group that definitely promoted ATSSS. And every year, together with the PMO team, Pedro and Jonah, we ask, can we get some equipment for trials? So for me, that's a bottleneck, but definitely it's on our vision papers. Perfect. Let's talk about a trial. For the RDK, Purple, Open Wi-Fi, now we deliver this operator managed Wi-Fi architecture. And hopefully that's the first attempt, at least for people to think on the same way for normalizing southbound, northbound APIs. So let's see if that resonates. But you are right. So now we need to push this vision and go forward.
I would just say we're a member-led company, so we have tours and all this stuff. So push them through. I mean, like you said, we have these working groups on this. JR told me last night, he's like, if this thing doesn't move, this it doesn't move, I'm going to go do it in AT&T myself. And I was like, well, no, let's try to get it back into the WBA and work on it together. But that's the key thing is we're member led. I think we're all agreeing on a lot of these things we should be working on. Problem is it takes us working together to get it done.
Yeah, and I'll give it, you brought up three things, but I wanted to address the ATSSS thing too. Frankly, I think what the WBA will endorse is whatever works. I mean, we're going to pursue what works, right? And so we're definitely going to look at ATSSS. But the only thing that I would say is that when you're talking about policy and you're talking about the capability of choosing path and doing that intelligently, there's multiple players involved because the device has skin in that game because they're trying to give you a certain experience. The access network has skin in the game because if you're Amazon, you might want to prioritize the robot connectivity over web browsing. If you're at an elementary school, you might want to prioritize RoboBlocks, right? So regardless of what the app is actually asking for, you have to take into account is what purpose was that network built for. Then the IDP has skin in the game, right? Because they want to make sure that if their identity is being used, you're getting a carrier class or an enterprise class, whatever that IDP is across there. So if we can use a technology like ATSSS that takes into account what each of these players wants to achieve, then we'll achieve success. My view on ANDSF failing is it only took into account one policymaker.
Yep.
If it's not perfect, let's go perfect.
Yeah. Yes, a roadmap. So yeah, I think very insightful panel. Any final remarks? I think we said it all. So maybe let's thank our panelists and all the contributions and comments. Perfect. I'll just take 1 minute for you to know how to engage with the CTO Innovation Forum. So yeah, basically all the feedback, all the discussions you saw today, the trends, the roadmap, organization. If you have, a representative you would like to engage on the Innovation Forum, we have a group for that. You receive all the information, the way to engage. The way the feedback works, yet another more open, but we use this open innovation concept where the members contribute, we consult other industry forums, we talk with experts, and in the end, we come up with a roadmap with the predictions, and we come here to these events to show some of the progress. So having said this was our face-to-face innovation trends event. Then we are going to move into alignment with other industry forums. This is the contact if you'd like to engage. More than happy to have you, joining. Okay, so we are right on time. So I invite you to again join lunch on the room right next to the left. Once you go out, please be back at 2 p.m. as we start with the Open LAN Forum. So hope you enjoy and thank you so much.
There we go. Okay. So I just wanted to welcome everyone. This kind of got put together rather last minute. I thought it would be a great idea. I feel like this is the year that this community has kind of turned a bit of a corner. 2023, we were still mostly engineering. There wasn't a lot on the deployment side of the house. And this year that we've pivoted, we're deploying tens of thousands of devices a month now, between 5 and 15. It fluctuates, obviously. But we have real world use cases. We're starting to get real world feedback from the field, from production deployments, and as an open source ecosystem, that's what we thrive on. And so I wanted to just say, I've been through the presentation on what Open Wi-Fi is. But I think people have asked, well, what is it? I haven't really heard of it. And, can it be deployed? Is it real? And now we're turning a corner to, hey, I can deploy this. Needs maturity, it's new, but I see the potential in this. And so every month we get new community members that come in, and the Army just grows one by one. And so super proud to be a part of it. And to, I really do think, we'll look back on this as we're in 25 years of Wi-Fi. I think, far less than that. But when we do look back in 25 years, I think people will talk about when this started and what it's grown into and what it's done for the industry. This is really about the Wi-Fi industry in general and giving other opportunity to new entrants. Again, I talked about table stakes and raising the bar for new innovation in the industry. So you don't have to start from the beginning now. There's a platform you can adopt and go from there that helps accelerate. And I think that's great for the whole industry. So I really just wanted to thank the WBA and Tiago and Sarah and Wilson and Bruno and the entire team. We did put this together rather quickly. And as this is kind of the beginning of the closing of the show, I wanted everyone to give them a round of applause for all the work that they've done. And they're great partners. We're lucky in this industry to have great organizations to partner with. The WBA helps create these standards, and we call ourselves the Pixel phone of Wi-Fi. And so we implement those standards as they were intended to be implemented. And there was a lot of talk today about standardizing data models and things like that. I think when a spec is developed, we're the perfect ecosystem to implement. So we are doers. We're not paper writers. So we like to write software and we implement things. So try us out. The other thing I wanted to do is thank our community members. You're going to hear today, and I purposefully wanted this afternoon to be about our community members, what they're doing with Open Wi-Fi, what the deployments look like, who are the people that you can contact if you're interested in learning more about products that have been built off of our ecosystem. And so this is really their time now. They're the ones that come to our engineering meetings twice a week, and they come to our PG meetings, they come to our MSP Alliance meetings, and they contribute their time and effort into making this great. So I hope you learn a lot about who the companies are that make up our ecosystem and what they're doing, and that it is successful. It is being deployed. There are, somewhere between 100 and 200,000 access points deployed. We're now starting to deploy switches, so it's successful. And then, so I'm just going to go over the agenda, and I really want the attention to go to the people that are more important than I am. And so Robert Gross is going to be next, and he's going to be talking about an Open Wi-Fi case study for an MSP. Tim Race will be on. They're one of our great community members that has built a network as a service platform. He's going to be talking briefly about Shasta Cloud themselves, as well as the Open LAN switching, which they helped introduce and drive in the community. And then we're going to hear from Hugh Reese from NetExperience, another OEM, Open Wi-Fi native OEM, who has deployments and
and opportunities out there that he's going to talk about. And then we have the pleasure of having an MSP roundtable with Dr. Derek Peterson from Boingo Wireless, Ron Dorr from Pavlov Media, and Kevin Franzen. Thank you, Kevin, for last minute being a part of this. So, sit back, enjoy, ask a lot of questions if you're interested. These are the people that are implementing this solution, and these are the companies that will take Open Wi-Fi to the next level. So with that, I'll turn it over to Robert.
Thank you so much. All right. All right. So before I get into telling you a little about who we are, who I am, I want to say that deploying enterprise Wi-Fi in a multifamily environment is not for the faint of heart. And I'm going to go through why here in a second. Okay. And it's why we needed to choose a platform that had both technical agility as well as financial agility. And that's why we chose the Open Wi-Fi platform to deploy at this specific property right here in the Dallas area. So about Worldview, the company that I'm with, we are primarily a hotel MSP. We provide integration services of all kinds of technologies in a hospitality environment. We're at 7,000 hotel properties, almost 1 million rooms at this point. This slide's a little bit old. And we have 9 offices throughout the world. 90% of our business is here in the US, but we are rapidly growing outside the US now as well. And multifamily is just a small sliver of our business, but it's a sliver that I'm very experienced with. I started my career at a real estate investment trust called Equity Residential, which is still one of the largest multifamily owners in the country. And I have a great deal of experience both on the corporate side and property management side of multifamily. I just fell in love with technology, and that's been my career for the last 30 years. So I've got a lot of experience on both sides of the fence, both real estate and technology. All right. So we're chosen to be the technology integrator of a property up in Plano, which is 20 minutes north of here, something like that. It's a suburb of Dallas. The developer is based in Houston, and he develops properties. They develop properties to sell, like most real estate developers do. There's very few long-term hold owners out there that also develop. Most developers are doing it just to develop, and then they flip it to the long-term holders. Okay. This is one of them that is a brand new property, 270 apartment units. We've designed the system with 1 access point per apartment unit. We're doing a ceiling mount. I've got a photograph of it here in a second. We chose EdgeCore in their Wi-Fi 6 AP. I believe it's their 2x2. Very cost-effective solution for deployment, and I'll tell you why that's important here in a second. And we also have another, looks like we have another 29 access points throughout the property in the common areas. 10 of those are outdoor access points for the garage area and the courtyard area, all right? We also chose EdgeCore's switching here, which we find to be very, very high quality. No quality difference from the other big platforms out there, the Arubas, the Ruckuses, the Ciscos. So a very good, solid platform from a hardware standpoint. And then from the software standpoint, we partnered with MedExperience, who is on the panel here in a bit, or not the panel, I'm the panel too, but we're using MedExperience to manage the system and provide authentication. We're using an MPSK authentication solution for resident device authentication. What am I missing? That's about it. So it's a very good solution. It is active today. There are residents occupying this building today, and we've received no issues, no complaints. It's a rock solid system, all right? So from a technical standpoint, it's a solution that works for us and works in multifamily. But let me tell you why that's important. 3 challenges to operating Wi-Fi in an apartment community, okay? And when I say Wi-Fi, I'm talking managed Wi-Fi, not Wi-Fi on an individual subscriber by subscriber basis, because that's how a lot of Wi-Fi is done in the multifamily space by the MSOs, is you have a gateway, i.e. cable modem, i.e. access point in the apartment unit, and they stand up their very own Wi-Fi network. It does create RF issues, but as technology evolves, those RF issues mitigate, and it provides a decent solution. However, it's not a unified network. So you have trouble running things like smart thermostats, door locks, if they're connected via Wi-Fi. You have a problem running things like common area camera systems. You can't do it with that traditional unmanaged Wi-Fi. You need managed Wi-Fi. That's what we have up here, all right? So some challenges though. Whenever you put lots of access points in a small area, what do you get? You get noise, right? So you have to make sure that you're able to mitigate that, manage that, see that, understand that, and control that. And that's one thing that the TIP Open Wi-Fi platform, that experience specifically in conjunction with great equipment from EdgeCore can do, all right? Second, the resident users all want an at-home experience, which means they bring any device that they can possibly think of with them, but they move a lot. So the average residency of an apartment resident in most areas is anywhere from 15 to 18 months. That's on average. So some people are in 6-month leases, some people are in 2-year leases, some people stay there forever, some people move out quick, some people get evicted. It's a very transient marketplace. So we have to have a system that provides a really good quality customer experience and allows the customers to bring in any device they want and hopefully unify their devices in one either virtual LAN or one network segment, so you can print to your printer and everyone's cool, and you have passwords and authentication of various devices all on a single network, and it's secure. That's not easy. As you know, I'm talking to a room full of people that are better experts than I am at that. But not easy always comes at a little bit more expensive, right? So when you have a transient environment, you have to watch out for things like, do the access points leave? Are they exposed to the resident? Can they easily be vandalized? Which is point number 3. Access points are an asset that's typically on the ceiling, sometimes they're on the wall, and if they can be easily accessed, that means they can easily be stolen or damaged, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and that becomes an issue with the economic model of doing managed Wi-Fi in an apartment community, which is why we need, I'll call it economic agility alongside technical agility, and again, that's why we're so interested in chose Open Wi-Fi, because it brings us both. It unlocks us from the vendor, right, on the hardware side, but it still unifies a experience and allows us to manage things end to end. And that's what we were really looking for. We've done systems in multifamily with other providers that are not open Wi-Fi. I'll call them proprietary, even though there's lots of standards, as you know. But anywhere from the Ruckuses and Arubas to the Ciscos to the Cambiums, they're all great solutions. They all work. They're all a little different, but and some of them bring unique things to the table, but they're all a little bit more expensive from a total cost of ownership standpoint than an open Wi-Fi solution can be if you do it right, which is why we chose open Wi-Fi. If an access point gets stolen, it's never a good thing because it often results in a truck roll, which are all expensive. Doesn't matter what kind of equipment you're putting out there. Techs are techs and they're expensive. However, the access points are less expensive. The licensing fee on a recurring basis is less expensive. It's not as complicated to integrate with open Wi-Fi in terms of various hardware solutions, okay? So our open Wi-Fi strategy, really, there's 4 points of it, 4 pillars of it. 1, flexibility, seamless connectivity, and an easier setup. 2, the MDU space allows us to break free from vendor lock. So that's relevant in MDU as well as it is in hospitality or other enterprise Wi-Fi markets, but MDU has specific areas where that's really important to us. We can develop deep applications through APIs that we can access and control for specific applications to this environment. So integration with the property management system, integration with the work order management maintenance system, integration with IoT devices. One thing we're doing at the property in Plano is they have Honeywell thermostats, smart thermostats. They have Yale locks. They have a Brevo gateway per property, which is an IoT access control gateway. And I think that's it. There's also Eagle Eye camera system for their common areas. We're integrating all those things. We're able to integrate it seamlessly. And then lastly, it offers the customers the most flexibility with the lowest total cost of ownership, which is important in any market, not just multifamily, but as I mentioned, that's multifamily has some unique criteria. All right. These are some wonderful photos. They're not done by a professional photographer. As you can see, they're done by a tech. The access point on the left, of course, is a ceiling access point. We try to mount it in the middle of each unit. So each unit is similar, but they're different. 1-bedroom studio, 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms. But this access point is powerful enough for full coverage of even the largest apartment unit, if you put it in the right space. So this is powered with PoE, of course, from the IDF closet. I don't think there's no PoE coming from the apartment itself. It's coming from the IDF, so it's house power. So even if the resident doesn't pay their electric bill, the electricity gets shut off, the AP is still on. And luckily, it doesn't produce enough heat to keep them warm. So, and it is Texas, which means it's always hot. Typical MDF, 2 pictures of the MDF there. This is a real world construction environment, so it's not a data center quality in terms of cleanliness, but it works, it's secure, it's cool, climate controlled, and it houses the solution nicely. We do have a 5 gig circuit coming into this property. Like I said, there's 270 apartment homes here. That 5 gig circuit will be able to offer a gigabit experience in most places. Probably not via Wi-Fi. You're probably talking more like a 300 megabits experience with Wi-Fi 6 in the real world. But there is some room to grow, and I doubt that we'll ever get to consuming that 5 gig circuit more than 60, 70% at any given time. And an IDF, the picture in the middle, kind of towards the right, that's a typical IDF. Not a lot of equipment. It's probably 2 RU worth of stuff there, if that, maybe 1 RU, just a switch and some wire management stuff. Okay. All right. Now it's Tim, but does anyone have any questions up for me on the multifamily use case? Why we chose what we chose, what we did. To the back, Drew. So property owners, most property owners are not technical and they will trust you. And so if you've developed that level of trust that you know what the hell you're talking about, they'll just say, let's go for it, especially when they see the price tag. The economic model, the property owner actually bought the equipment in this. So it's an asset light model from our standpoint. It's not a typical carrier model or a service provider model where we're putting the capital in. We sold this equipment. And this came in at, I believe, about 40% less cost, total cost over a 5-year period of time than vendor A and about 60% of vendor B. So they chose the least cost. They said, you guys know what you're doing. We want it to work. Go for it. So no pushback at all. Yes.
Question, do you use this network also for facility services, like heating, air conditioning, lights?
Yeah, so the Brivo gateway connects the thermostat. It's a Honeywell smart thermostat. So yes, we do from environmental controls. That's not connected to lighting systems, but there's no reason it couldn't be. It's just a matter that the property owner didn't want to have that level of room integration. Okay, and the sky's the limit. You could use this network for any connected type system, whether it's a building management system. Laundry room management, lockers, storage lockers, package systems. They've got all kinds of tech now in apartments. So this does it well. Yeah.
We did support for HUD.
And
then the certified.
Yeah, scary, huh? So I find that scary, but yes, that's yeah. We didn't because we're not doing anything with fire or smoke detection at all. Question? Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm interested in your learnings from being in the hospitality business at large scale for a long time. What experience from the hospitality world was useful to you in addressing the MDU world, and what were some of the differences?
Yeah. So similarities are network design, just the logical topology of a network are very, very similar, if not identical. Where you put access points, very similar, if not identical. In fact, there's a little bit more density in hotels. However, oftentimes the standard for deployment is not on a 1-to-1 basis in a hotel environment. It's a 1-for-2, if not more. The differences are the resident thinks that They're expecting for this to be their long-term home. So when the resident calls, they're serious about getting the solution fixed because it's going to be their home for a while. And if they work from home, it becomes even more serious. Where in a hotel environment, you have some of that, but typically hotels are a couple nights and they're on to the next place. So if they're having Wi-Fi issues, oftentimes they don't even call. They just flip over to a personal hotspot and deal with the slower speeds. So that's a big, big difference. The staff at a hotel is very different than the staff at an apartment community. And you have to understand that. And staffs between hotels and between apartments often vary as well. But it's a very, very different type of experience to provide a client support service to a hotel than it is a multifamily project. It's more intense in the multifamily product.
Yeah, one of the issues in MDUs is you have actually multiple networks, so to speak, or virtual networks. You've got the tenant experience, what the tenants are using. Then you've got the equipment that the apartment owner has put into the into the apartment. Increasingly things like smart refrigerators, as well as all the other usual suspects.
That's right.
And then you have the property owners, internal systems for all of their IoT and HVAC and things like that. Did you find how did you find that experience in this particular implication? Being one of your first.
It's those are all things that are table stakes. You have to deal with. You have to do it. You have to know it. You have to understand how to manage it. So you're right. You're spot on in all the things you just said. It's just about you have to understand going into this. If you're going to go into the multifamily space, just like if you're going to go into the hotel space, you got to know that business very well, and you have to know enterprise Wi-Fi networking.
Yeah.
So you've got to know both worlds. You have to know your customer.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Can you talk about two parts? One, who manages or pays for the internet connectivity to the property? Like, what is the business model there? Like, property location, the ISP, or you guys take care of it?
We interface with the ISP. We bring the bandwidth from the street in, and we have a contract with whoever the either fiber provider is or the local carrier, and we manage that circuit too. Yeah, so it's our NOC monitoring it. Yeah, we're mapping it. We're making sure that the consumption is there. If the circuit goes down, we're the ones that are escalating it within the carrier or escalating it within our own network team to solve the problem.
And then on the Wi-Fi side, what is the business model of the property owner and the tenants? Like, if they take into the rent or they charge separately?
They charge an amenity fee, and that amenity fee includes access to the internet, but it can also include access to a dozen other things that have nothing to do with the internet. So, they're selling smart home services as well. They're selling the access control to the community. They'll sell access to the amenity space. They'll package that into an amenity fee of $100, $120, something like that. And then we charge the property owner on a bulk basis or on a monthly recurring basis. Okay, good. All right, I'm out of time, I think, aren't I?
Probably.
I don't want to get in trouble because they'll never have me back. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Tim. Sorry.
It's a
big green one.
The big green arrow. Okay. I should be able to figure that. Thank you, Bob. Hi, everybody. I'm Tim Race with Shasta Cloud. I want to start. Jack did a great job of thanking people. Is that better? But I wanted to thank you guys for making it through mac and cheese at lunch on the last day, and I'm sure you've all got some travel coming up later today or tomorrow. So thanks for sticking it out with us. Hopefully we've got some exciting things that we've already covered with Open Wi-Fi. Bob just touched on some really great stuff, and to pick up on that topic he was just talking about, Shasta sells to MSPs, so people that look a lot like Bob, and we use MPSK. So Open Wi-Fi has MPSK built in, and that makes a lot of those smart home, or as Bob put it, the at-home experience very manageable. We have some ecosystem partners that participate in Open Wi-Fi that actually build portals for property managers. So a non-technical person can issue the mailbox, the parking spot, do the background check and credit check, and then they can log into a portal and provide a key for a typical device, like a Wi-Fi password, or they can provide QR codes and other methods of onboarding. And then when you get evicted or move out or your contract's up, that same non-technical person can log in and remove that key. So it's pretty robust. Has some great applications within MDU. Our MSPs at Shasta are deploying open Wi-Fi within MDU, within hospitality, and then Fortune 500 type carpeted offices. It has a lot of applications, small, large, everywhere in between. Definitely working with some of the hardware that Bob mentioned. So the Edge Cores of the world, the Action Techs, we have a lot of active members from the ODM side within open Wi-Fi. Here's who we are. In fact, it's funny that hospitality is one of the questions with Bob's session, because I never intended to get into hospitality. That's how I landed here today, is through my path. I made it into the Ruckus Hospitality Program for years. We carried that forth through some other organizations. And although we're not primarily focused on hospitality, as we just spoke a few moments ago, open Wi-Fi, especially with some of the features for the guest services, it has a really big fit in a lot of those applications. A lot of the people up on the screen, if you've joined any calls, in fact, who has been on open Wi-Fi calls with some of these names up here, like Steve and Paul and Duran? Yeah. So those are our smart people at Shasta. They are readily available to me, and we work very closely together on a roadmap, making sure that things work together. I'm a little new to the open source kind of environments. And so particularly Duran and Steve and Paul do a great job of helping me understand how rapidly a community like open Wi-Fi can take an idea and put it on a roadmap, get the code written, have it tested, have it fully baked, and then come back to us production ready. So that's been a little bit new for me, and it's really exciting. Having come from the traditional OEM side in a lot of my career, I'm used to a little bit longer for development cycles. And with that whole community behind us, the open Wi-Fi platform really speeds things up. And that's exciting. I told a story at lunch, though, that sometimes guys like me drive those smart guys crazy because I didn't say something completely right when we talked about the feature. And then a month later, I have the feature and I forgot I wasn't clear on it. And we've got to go back and maybe fix something. But it's weeks, it's not quarters, it's not years. I guess don't tell anyone I take advantage of that, but I take advantage of that. So again, mentioned MSPs. We are MSP only. So I've told a couple people today this already. We don't like to use the phrase "one throat to choke" anymore. You shouldn't really be choking people. That's not a socially acceptable behavior. So I guess it's one hand to shake. It's one back to pat. Those are probably better terms for us to use. But the idea is, you come to Shasta, we are not in the hardware business. We are a software platform. A critical component of that is open Wi-Fi, but we work with the ODMs. So we have our relationships within the community and outside of the community with these ODMs. We work with them on some of those minutia things like brackets on the wall, PoE consumption, form factor, all of those types of things. So we work with our MSP partners to make sure that that is all as they would like it to be. We do have a network as a subscription model. We have a CapEx model, and we have very flexible scalability. I feel like Bob already talked about the reduced cost thing. All of this hardware is very cost competitive. So where's our tech stack? So we handle it all. When we talk about our stack and we talk about our offering at Shasta, we talk about a life cycle. And Bob and I did not chat about our presentations, but thank you for doing a great job of priming everybody. Because what Bob, I hope you picked up on it, I picked up on it, I might be really sensitive to it, but it's hard. It's hard to design, deploy, and then support these networks at MDU, at hospitality. It's what our MSPs do. MSPs have been my customers for the majority of my career. I get the pain. I guess there was a day where I was on that side. It's very painful. And so what Shasta tries to do is not deny the steps of the life cycle. You still need to design, you still need to quote, you still need to order, you still need to provision, config, and validate, and then you need to document, and then you need to support. Those things are all very hard to do and they're even harder to do over and over and over again in a repeatable, scalable fashion. So what Shasta does within our platform, cloud-based open Wi-Fi is one of our cornerstones, but we have a marketplace. So all of these products from all of these open Wi-Fi ODM partners that we work with are right there in our marketplace. We have tools for documenting photos of your APs when you install them right in our cloud. We have the ability to export that. So if you're talking to your property contact who wants to know where the AP is in room 304, and you don't want to go find that installer who's on another job and hasn't thought of that site for 9 months, we have it right there for you. We have an integrated support platform. So if you have an issue, whether it be an RMA, whether it be a bug, whether it be a feature request, whatever it happens to be, it's all part of the Shasta platform. All right, this slide was shown yesterday, and I feel like with all of the cool tech that we've talked about the last couple of days, Ethernet switches, it just seems like it's anticlimactic at best, but it's necessary. And Jack's mentioned a couple times throughout the last couple of days that at Shasta, we've been very big on open LAN switching. And so open LAN switching, when we talk about campus, when we talk about what we're using switches for in some of these simple deployments like hospitality and MDU, as far as a switch goes at least, there's a basic feature set. It's not a data center switch feature set, but it does have some real requirements. Some of the ways that we use switches, we have everything from, sometimes I joke and say it's really just a power supply for the AP. So it's sitting in the IDF and it's just powering all of our APs. Bob made the point of having house power in the IDF. So if power goes out, your wireless stays up. That's obviously a huge feature of having the switches there. We also have some deployments where there is a small in-unit switch. So think of a fanless 8-port switch. We have those available within open LAN switching. So there's lots of form factors, and they're coming from a lot of the same ODMs that we work with on the wireless side. So think about the difference in the campus network, the edge switch versus the data center. These switches are not data center. These are the 2448s with high PoE wattage for all of your power draw on devices. Typically, it's an AP, but we do have some deployments where there's voice over IP phones being plugged in. Some of you know that there are some other devices that can use PoE. We've seen set-top boxes and things of the like. So they're available for that. It comes into the same UI. And actually, having been at Ruckus when Brocade acquired, and we had that, we called it chocolate and peanut butter at the time, but bringing the wireless and the wired together, you want to have that integrated connectivity. That's what open LAN switching does for us at Shasta. We have the same UI, a lot of the same APIs right there for your wired and your wireless. Still brand new. So if you haven't heard of it, if you haven't participated in open LAN switching, it's totally understandable. Take the time if you can and join the calls. You'll see a lot of my team members there. I do hop on from time to time. For those of you familiar with open Wi-Fi, it is a little different. I think my next slide is better, right? It's a little different. These switches exist outside of open LAN switching. They have an OS and a feature set of their own. So getting a little deeper in the weeds here, the uCentral client in open LAN switching sits on top of the switch's OS, whereas in the open Wi-Fi world, it is the NOS of the AP. So a little different that way, and it's for me, positioning the features, it's really awesome to get my, I think we were talking about manuals earlier on a panel before lunch. You get the manual from the switch manufacturer, and it's 190 pages of features and where they are within CLI, sometimes within the GUI. The challenge that we have within open LAN switching that it keeps delivering, which is wonderful, is getting all of those features through uCentral right into our cloud stack within the open Wi-Fi and the larger Shasta UI. So you'll see as we go through the different switch manufacturers, and I'm not going to put you through them today, but we have different chips and we have different OSs, and the uCentral client sits on top of them so that we can talk to all of them consistently. So from an MSP's perspective, logging into Shasta, or any open Wi-Fi platform for that matter, it doesn't matter which switch it is, right? So these switches all show up the same. They have the same feature set. They're all running uCentral so they can talk to the cloud. The way they talk to the chips, the way they configure it within the OS, it may be different, but open Wi-Fi, open LAN switching simplifies all of that. So we remove that vendor lock, we remove the chip lock, we can talk to any of them as long as we have that uCentral client on there. Really exciting stuff. Call to action. So yeah, Jack, you're gonna have to make sure I've got this right. Wednesdays at 7 Pacific are the open LAN switching developer calls. And then Wednesday, I guess an hour later, is the group call. Again, I'm not always on those, but there's a lot being done on there. So if you'd like to get plugged into open LAN switching, that would be a great place to start. That's what I've got. Questions? Jack?
2 slides back, you had, go forward. This one.
Yeah.
I can see at the top you have Cloud Gateway or Cloud SDK. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, honestly, I can't dive too deep into that. Yeah, because the Cloud Gateway is the forthcoming. Someone in this room knows way more about this than me, but that's our forthcoming open Wi-Fi gateway. From my perspective and my understanding, it's scalability. So there are a lot of things that we do on the, and I don't go as far back as some in this room, so I apologize, but the current open Wi-Fi that we work with today, we have some scalability. The word telemetry keeps coming up, so there's a lot of communication between the infrastructure and the cloud. And I think, I know a lot of my team has been instrumental in this initiative, and it's coming out September, I think.
Yes.
Thanks, Jack.
And the goal here is to be able to scale to millions and tens of millions of devices.
Right. So even larger sites with the cloud. Yeah. Any other questions? Well, thank you. Yeah. That's not my problem. I've got people for that. Thank you, everybody.
All right, we're kind of getting towards the end here, and great that we've still got so many people, actually. I know we've got Kevin coming up after, so you got to stay for Kevin. So I'm going to talk about Net Experience. I'll cover what we do, how we do it, but also I'm going to cover some example deployments, some real world examples, not just the one that Bob talked about, which is great, but I've got some additional ones. And I'll talk a little bit about our roadmap. So about Net Experience, we are an open Wi-Fi software company. We don't make any hardware. We use, we're kind of like Chester in that respect, in that we use the ODM's hardware, or OEM's hardware. We have a platform that runs in the cloud on AWS and GCP today, but you could potentially run it on OpenStack. It's a microservices Kubernetes cluster. And kind of, I think the thing that makes us a little bit unique here is that we've talked about the cloud platform, but we're not just a cloud software company. We're also an access point embedded firmware company. So we actually are a contributor and a maintainer of the firmware that runs inside the access points. And I'll show you why that's important a little bit later. Unlike Tim, we do say that we are a single throat to choke. There's always some problems sometimes from some deployments. And I think the fact that we have the ability, what we say basically is, if you deploy a solution using an open Wi-Fi solution using Net Experience, you pretty much never call the hardware vendors. You call Net Experience. We take, even though it's not our hardware, we take responsibility for the entire solution. And that is because when there are problems, I'd say 99.99% of the time, it's a software problem. It's somewhere in the firmware or it's somewhere in the cloud. Well, as you can see, we have expertise on both of those. So we basically say, whatever the problem is, we can fix it. Every now and then, of course, there may be a real hardware problem, in which case we would triage that with the hardware vendor. So we build on the open source, and I'll show you that in a bit more detail. And of course, we've tested with many of the vendors of the hardware. So why are people deploying open Wi-Fi? Why are we having some success here? And I think there are a number of reasons why. The first is this vendor lock elimination that Bob talked about a little bit. So it's a single platform with multiple hardware vendors. It's also one platform for multiple use cases. This isn't a point design solution. This is applicable, obviously, to MDUs, hospitality, but potentially to other markets, including enterprise, as we go forward. Really, it's really dependent on the access points that are on the left-hand side of this diagram. That kind of determines the use case. Start using, a lot of outdoor stuff. You can do public Wi-Fi, these sort of things. On the left-hand side there, you see TIP APs. Of course, TIP doesn't make APs. Those are the multiple manufacturers. We've got EdgeCore and ActionTech represented here today. And the kind of unique thing is you can literally mix and match those in the same network, in the same deployment. And we have quite a few examples where that's actually the case. You may prefer one outdoor AP from one vendor and a different indoor one from a different vendor, and you can mix and match those. Probably the third point here is maybe the biggest bullet point that also Bob went on, and that is, of course, it is a fairly significant cost savings over the traditional branded solutions. And we also, because we sell not just to MSPs, we also sell to some national communications providers. We have this model where you can start by using our SaaS platform, but as you grow and as you start deploying thousands, tens of thousands and beyond, we are able to license the entire stack to run in their own environment, in their own data center. And I think another thing that I'll talk a little bit later is the open APIs. And of course, as Tim covered a lot on the switches side, that's a key part, I think, of the overall deployment of open Wi-Fi. If we look at the key platform, don't worry, I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm just going to broadly talk about these three buckets. So what is in this platform? Well, it's the sort of things that you'd expect to be there. It's a full wireless LAN controller. So it does all the things you'd expect from the big brands. It does, automatic channel selection, cell sizing, client steering, band steering, those kind of functionalities. The RRM part, basically. But in addition to that, in the middle section there, it's the network and workflow management. It's very easy to deploy 100 access points. It's a little more difficult to deploy 1,000. It's really tough to deploy 10,000, 100,000 and beyond. So how do you do that? You have to have consistency of configuration. So we have a location hierarchy methodology that allows you to apply profiles to a location and inherit that down in the sublocations. So when you plug an access point into a specific location, it inherits that profile, which means you've got consistency of configuration. This eliminates human error, which is most often the cause of failure. There's a lot of other functions as part of that. You can see there, obviously, alarms and inventory and troubleshooting tools. On the third bucket, something that we've been really supportive from day one, a little bit further down there. Of course, Bob talked a little bit on the MPSK side for MDUs, but I think one of the other things that we've been very strong proponents of, and the WA, of course, BA supports, is the open roaming and Passpoint. We've done that from day one as part of our deployments. We try with every single customer we get. We encourage them to deploy with open roaming, and most of them do. So I'm not going to talk in detail on this one either. You'll be also happy to know. But this is really just to point out, well, where does this open source start and finish? And where does NetExperience start and finish? So open source, in my mind, is it's not a product. I think even Jack would say it's not a product. Open source, I sort of think of it as like a set of building blocks that you can use to produce a product. So if you look at this diagram here, on the bottom, we've got the access points. And the the AP NOS is the open source, and it's colored in blue. And then in the cloud side, there's an SDK layer colored in blue. So those are the open source building block stuff. And then the stuff in green is the stuff that NetExperience adds. So on the access points, some people are kind of look at that and they see that's a bit strange. Why have we got some additional firmware running on the access points when it should just be open source? Well, the fact is, the open source, if you connected an open source access point to our platform, it'll work fine. But it won't work quite as efficiently, and it probably will miss a few of the key additional features that are in the green on the top portion, which is the cloud. So it just adds a little bit of additional functionality. You know, if you, let's say you deployed NetExperience, and then you say, you know, I really hate NetExperience. I want to, because this is sort of vendor agnostic, you know, can I move software vendors? That's one of the questions I get. Unfortunately for me, you can, but you can basically upgrade or downgrade the APs back to the standard AP NOS and connect to different cloud controller. It is perfectly possible to do that. So if we look now at where the markets are for Open Wi-Fi, where have we had some success so far? So the first one is the MDU and student housing. And Bob kind of got through this a little bit too. I think what I would call this is a stressed business case. Ultimately, the people that are buying it are end consumers. And in the case of student housing, they're not very well off consumers either. So it has to meet the economics, and yet it still also has to meet the performance requirements. And students in particular, actually quite hard on the Wi-Fi. They want very low latency. They're doing gaming, all this kind of stuff that puts a lot of stress. So it has to be well managed. So you've got a platform that can manage it very well, but do it at a cost point that meets the market. Hospitality, of course, a secondary market that we've also done quite a few deployments with, actually all around the world. And senior living, I'd kind of put almost in the first one there. And then probably third and fourth, the public Wi-Fi. In particular, we've seen public Wi-Fi deployments in developing nations, not necessarily in North America, but in developing nations, it's a lot more popular to have like coupon-based connections to Wi-Fi. And then education, also probably at this point more in developing countries. But we do have, you know, we've been doing this for a while now. We've got interest certainly starting in the enterprise markets and in particular in the residential markets. And I'll come on to why that is in a minute. The types of service providers that we sell to, the obvious ones are kind of Wi-Fi focused service providers, and folks like Boingo, good examples of that. Developing country incumbents and competitive carriers. I'll come on to one of those momentarily. And the ISP and managed service providers who are looking to lower those costs and improve that manageability. And then last but not least, we've got some very large, if you like, multifaceted service providers that basically do everything. And I'll explain who some of those folks are. Some examples. So I put Boingo here. This is one that we've had Dr. Derek and his folks have been customers of ours now for about 2 years, deployed a few thousand access points in the US barracks. In fact, it's not a DoD network, it's for where the soldiers go to kind of watch movies and things like that. So it was kind of an interesting one because we did this with Action Tech. And they were very early in deploying 6 gigahertz. In fact, so early that we turned the 6 gigahertz off to start with, because it was a couple of years ago. But they deploy the Action Tech 196.6E APs. Another one I talked about was YTL. YTL is a national Malaysian operator. We also did this with Action Tech. They are very broad-based conglomerate, actually, not just telecoms. They own 100 plus hotels, and they're looking to basically replace. They've got some very old Wi-Fi. I was just in Malaysia, staying at a couple of their hotels, and they're very, very old Wi-Fi that's not working well. It's well beyond its end of life, and so there's a need for them to do some significant replacements there. And in fact, we'll probably work with Bob's group to help them do that. Pavlov Media, I put this one down because just to full disclosure here, that's our parent company. Pavlov Media acquired NetExperience a short while ago. However, we operate completely independently from Pavlov Media. They do not interfere with us. We do not share information with them because obviously we're selling to Pavlov Media's competitors as well as to other folks. And we have to make sure that that's the case, and we can provide those kind of assurances. But Pavlov themselves, well, actually they're well over 10,000. They're probably closer to 15,000 APs deployed today. And this is actually their really, really busy time because a lot of their stuff is student housing. And of course, the students are off June, July, August. So this is when they do the vast majority of their deployments. So there's a lot of APs going in every day right now. And the last one I'll talk about is kind of an interesting one. So it's a very large Indian operator. Let's put that, like probably the largest Indian operator. This is an interesting one because their quest was to find a solution that will scale to potentially millions of APs. So this is kind of a lot of work going in on the scalability of the solution. And for those of you that might be interested, we've done, obviously we haven't deployed millions of APs, so how do you prove that? Well, there's ways to do it by writing test suites and things and putting in a massive AWS instance to fire tests against and mimic it, simulate the entire solution, and we've got some reports. This solution scales really well. And then we have a whole bunch of other deployments I'm not going to talk about today. So last slide, I won't go through this in detail either. I think if you really want to know the roadmap stuff, please let me know. Just ping me and we can go through this in more detail. But there's really a couple of major things. I think the thing that Tim covered was a really, really huge step forward in 2024, which was, of course, the addition of Open LAN switch. This was a really kind of a missing piece in my mind. It's solved, it's great. I think we're going to have a lot of success as we start to add the Open LAN switches into these deployments that I mentioned previously and others. Other areas that I think might be obvious, but I'll state them anyway, of course, is we are pushing very hard now with Wi-Fi 7. We've got both EdgeCore and ActionTech access points outside on the table there that are Wi-Fi 7 APs with the latest TIP load. We are working with them and with TIP to get this released as quickly as possible on the NetExperience platform. So really, we're probably just weeks, maybe a month or so away from doing that. And then, of course, as we move into next quarter, we're going to be also trying to integrate with the outdoor Wi-Fi 7 standard power with all the AFC stuff that we need to do. And then I probably need to say the one word that everybody says on the stage, I think, and that's AI ML. So of course we have AI ML. So we've been working with a couple of universities for literally the last 2 years on AI as applied to network algorithms, in particular wireless network algorithms. There's a lot of work, there's a lot of PhD students and stuff that have been working on this stuff. And we have some early phases. I'd say that it's still pretty early. We've got to do a lot of training with a lot of data in order to really make these algorithms work. That's the way machine learning works, of course. So as we go through, I think probably more like 2025, we'll start to release some of those AI functionality. The idea is, of course, to detect and correct any issues that you see on the network, whether wireless or wired, without human intervention, and do it in machine speed, not human speed. And of course, the one that you see on all of those quarters there, of course, is scalability enhancements. As I say, we're working with that very large Indian operator, and that's really their #1 focus for us. So I think that is the end. Any questions? You
So-
don't have to ask an obligatory question.
No, no, no. I'm performing the role of Tiago and team in this case. You mentioned on one slide, a future roadmap possibility that included residential. Can you see a time where the open Wi-Fi community could unify the industry and provide residential and enterprise Wi-Fi using the same stack?
I do. I mean, if you go back to one of the very early slides there, and I said multiple use cases, pretty much any use case could be done with open Wi-Fi. It really, I think Bernard, my CEO, always used to say, well, in the cellular world, you just have one network for everything. You don't have an enterprise network and a residential network, but in Wi-Fi, we've had these sort of siloed approaches, which is like really odd. We've got an enterprise version here. We've got a hospitality one type here. We've got a residential one over here, and they don't really intermix. I think that this flattens that architecture, and we end up with one architecture for all Wi-Fi use cases. All right, thank you.
Hello, folks. How are you? So we're here basically to talk with people that have deployed Open Wi-Fi. I have a set of questions for each of them. You see that this is not Derek Peterson. This is Brian Shields. I'm also from Boingo. So he's on tap to answer the Boingo question. My format's going to be kind of brief interviews with each person, then we'll have additional questions at the end. So, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Not Derek. Give us some background on the sorts of Wi-Fi deployments that Boingo does.
So, specifically, where we're targeting the open Wi-Fi, we're deploying Wi-Fi into barracks and military venues.
Okay, but generally speaking, what sorts of deployments does Boingo do outside of open Wi-Fi?
Inside the barracks, so we'll have units inside there, Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, 6E.
Okay. And then Boingo themselves got involved in open Wi-Fi quite a long time ago. When this thing kicked off in 2019, and you were co-chairs together with Deutsche Telekom and Facebook at the time. So what really motivated Boingo to get involved with this open source project?
Supply chain at the time, especially during COVID. We were having problems getting access to devices, as well as having low-cost alternatives for deployments into venues, especially military bases that are, spread out. It allowed it for us to deploy it at a lower cost and in scale.
Fantastic. And then because you were part of it really early on as an early contributor, Boingo was involved in sharing basically the requirements. So if you want to be a solid vendor in the Wi-Fi space for a large managed service provider like us, you need to meet all of these requirements.
Right.
Can you give some examples of the major requirements that you shared with the open Wi-Fi community?
Well, typically we have a standard deployment that we put on top of our network controller. We have a platform that we integrate with. So it would have to work with that. It has to have open APIs. Also, analytics needs to normalize against the ones that we're already tracking. And I think that's pretty much it. It's got to have the redirects, the captive portal. So standard use cases that we're supporting in the military bases when you onboard, and then you may be using the Wi-Fi for periods of months or years.
Fantastic. And then after Open Wi-Fi 1.0 came out, it was in 2022. That was middle COVID. And you made the first deployment right there when it first came out. So I know at that time it was 6E capable radios, but you didn't turn on the 6 gigahertz radio quite yet. But just generally, can you talk about that deployment and where it went and what it looked like?
Yeah, it's in 2 venues, over 2,000 units, and it's running 6E now. And I think that's the point where it's at. When I was briefed by Derek on where we are as far as where we want to take it from here, we're looking for Wi-Fi 7, particularly with standard power implementation. So we're really looking forward to a lot of the features that were discussed in the roadmap.
Okay. And then think about that. Have you deployed Open LAN switching as well? Do you see the switches out in the field quite yet?
I don't know, actually. I don't have the answer to that one.
You're doing an awesome job standing in the room. So last question I have for you. Can you comment on Boingo's plans for additional deployments? You mentioned once standard power is available, this could happen, but what would that look like once that last step is?
Yeah, my understanding is that we really like the concept of open Wi-Fi, and we work with NetExperience, and I've been on many of the phone calls, going over requirements and our status. So there's we're all in as far as what our plans are to deploy.
So if I thought about it, like, what's the scale of the military bases that it could theoretically be deployed to?
Well, currently we're in over 100 military bases. So, if we're only in 2 with 2,000 units on, you can do the math there and what the capabilities are, the possibilities.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm going to skip over poor Kevin. I apologize. And talk to Iran a little bit. So I know you were involved in the open Wi-Fi community even before you joined Pavlov Media. Can you just provide an overall background of what you've done and then what Pavlov Media does?
Yeah, and end of 2019, Doron Givoni, who you saw earlier in Tim's presentation, gave me a call. He had a crazy idea. And when Doron calls you with a crazy idea, you join. So we started Open Wi-Fi together with Chris Bush, 3 people, and it grew and grew and took a bigger and bigger form. My responsibility back then was to set up the hardware ecosystem. So any complaint that you have about the specs of the Wi-Fi 6E and stuff like that, that's me. Let me know. It's not EdgeCore, it's not ActionTech, it's not any of them. It's me. From there, I just continued on into Pavlov Media.
So talk about Pavlov Media's deployments themselves. What do they do? What's their position in the industry?
So, Pavlov Media has about 1,500 sites in 44 states of MDUs. So we have a lot of those, and Open Wi-Fi is very well situated for MDUs. And just like Boingo in 2020, Pavlov Media had issues with 2021, had issues with supply chain. And this very much solved this pain, and also at a good price point. I have to say, it's not a one size fits all. There are customers who want a certain brand name. There are customers who, like Bob said earlier, they trust you and they say, okay, you do what you need to do. And there are customers they're just looking for the cheapest thing available. So
you've already hinted at it a little bit. Aside from supply chain and cost, were there any other key motivators for Pavlov Media to get involved in an open source
integration, open sourceness, being able to work with a community? And when you work with a community, you can actually, the burden of handling, of keeping up all the software and everything is shared in a way. And you can get input from others, and you can share the features, and you can provide feedback, and it's easier. It's just.
Do you find the community is responsive when you bring requirements to them?
Oh yes, very much so. If people haven't, then they just join a monthly call. That's like an hour once a month. It's not too much, and you can see the advancements in the roadmap and the roadmap that changes according to the community requests. So it is really a community that works towards success of everybody.
And then aside from your core business of student MDUs, are there other features that you'd like to see the open Wi-Fi community developed that would help you open up, say, new verticals?
Yeah, so one of our biggest growth engines right now is fiber to the home. And I would very much like to see open Wi-Fi go and have a stack for home deployments. like a home router, a home gateway, and a mesh system that is kind of automatic. This would be amazing for Open Wi-Fi and for Pablo.
So can you comment on roughly how many access points you've deployed so far? I think it was already on the slide, but
You already had it on the slide, but we are in July, August, we're getting into another set of deployments. So this number will grow. We will be a bit more than that by the end of the year. And it's growing steadily. Yeah.
And then we looked at, say, 2 years. What do you think you'll be doing with Open Wi-Fi that far out?
2 years, I hope that we'll have a tech suite for home. And this will then bring, I mean, from a very kind of selfish perspective, this will bring a single pane of glass to our NOC. And it will reduce the time to train the NOC technicians. It will, you can have analytics across that single pane of glass. And that's what is nice about Open Wi-Fi. It has, you can have your enterprise, your switches, and hopefully also home, and just do all the analytics and hopefully machine learning and AI across all these domains.
Thanks, Eran. I'll move over to Mr. Kevin Franzen. So could you give us a background? I mean, AT&T is a fairly large organization, but what all do you guys do?
Yeah, so when you look at AT&T, we use Wi-Fi in many different ways, right? Even from our corporate buildings and our retail stores, which is a massive enterprise network. We have managed enterprise customers like Starbucks and McDonald's with thousands of locations. We have a MDU product as well that uses shared Wi-Fi. AT&T Fiber, which our customers use Wi-Fi for their preferred connectivity. I'm focused on our carrier Wi-Fi, where we use Passpoint to offload the RAN. We target city hot zones, temporary events, and large permanent venues.
Pretty diverse use cases.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So Open Wi-Fi and AT&T have actually been working together for a long time. There was some of the earliest lab trials we did, I think, together with Boingo and AT&T to prove out open roaming functionality and things like that. What aspects of Open Wi-Fi make the community appealing to AT&T?
I would say the Open Wi-Fi standards align very well with our ORAN goals and ROADM goals. You know, when you look at Wi-Fi, its foundation is an open standard, and that's the reason why it's so successful. When you start to look at after that air interface behind the scenes, though, it's all proprietary. And with that, you end up with solutions that can lock you in. And that's a challenge for us, right? So with the number of APs we deploy, that proprietary system, if say the vendor we're using gets acquired by somebody who might be a competitor, we may have to pay to a competitor to keep our APs running. And that's becoming more important as everything's moving towards the cloud. If we want it to continue to operate, how do we protect our capital investment? And Open Wi-Fi gives us that flexibility, right? We can take our IPs, point them somewhere else, build our own systems. So there's a lot of flexibility there.
Fantastic. And then based upon your experience so far with Open Wi-Fi, are there certain types of deployment that it's particularly well suited for?
I would say one of the things that's beautiful about Open Wi-Fi is that with the middleware being standardized, instead of all these different AP companies reinventing the wheel, that allows different vendors to focus on customizing solutions for different use cases, right? So you can have one cloud vendor that caters towards small to medium businesses, another vendor that's focused on MSPs, you know, an LPV specific vendor, right? So some of that flexibility there, and even on the hardware side, where, you know, customers that might be price sensitive might want lower end gear, or some customers that want gear that is higher end with higher end components that will last, you know, a decade or more. So I think there's a lot of flexibility here in the future to address all the different needs. But today I would say SMB and MDU space, and I think that the scalability is coming with some of the new vendors out there, some of the changes that we spoke about earlier. And then also in the more challenging environments like a stadium or something, as the different vendors start to mature, you're going to see the feature sets to address those needs.
Awesome. And then I know you recently kicked off a field deployment of Open Wi-Fi. Can you provide more background or maybe an overview of what that looks like?
Yeah, so we partnered with a tech-friendly hotel owner. We deployed 45 APs and I want to say 10 switches. It was nice because we were able to mix and match vendors. So one vendor had a better AP for the outside, indoors, again, a different vendor, switches along the same line, right? So we were able to mix and match everything and have the same interface to manage it. We didn't have to do anything special on our end. For the indoors, we went with 6 gigahertz APs, which paired nicely with our AT&T Business Fiber 1 gig. Speed test in the rooms for around 800 to 900 megs. It's worked out good there. Open Wi-Fi supports Passpoint, so we turned on Open Roaming, AT&T Passpoint, of course, and then a couple other carriers.
Awesome, that's really cool. And then looking at the future, I apologize, folks. What roadmap features are you looking for to come into Open Wi-Fi?
For me, I would like to see the bigger vendors jump into the space, right? I think there's a lot of room for the big vendors to still have their special sauce, right? Instead of focusing kind of on the middleware so much as being an open standard or the APs. Yeah, I'm hopeful that they'll jump in and, you know, they can focus on different use cases, you know, how they want to display things, how they want to interact with our, you know, systems at AT&T, et cetera.
Awesome. So that's a great summary there, Kevin. I'd like to open up the floor to questions for our panel. George.
You know, we've made kind of passing mention of, you know, potentially going into the residential space. And, you know, Kevin, of course, you've got a lot of residential users in your fiber network. What's really the roadmap for going into that managed Wi-Fi from a residential standpoint? You know, where typically people are using, you know, broadband forum types of standards for device control and network management, you know, TR 181, 369, and so forth. And then an increasing move towards also being able to control non-Wi-Fi IoT devices through things like the Matter standard and whatnot. There's, you know, there's a transition that needs to take place, or addition, however you want to call it. I'm just kind of curious what that roadmap practically looks like.
There's a question for?
I can take that if you want.
I'll take Kevin and Duran.
I mean, there is no roadmap per se right now. It's a thing that is being started and needs to be worked out. And I would very much like to have that within the operator managed Wi-Fi and WBA, you know, to be a part of that, so that, you know, everybody has a same or similar architecture. I mean, what I was doing here is I was asking actually a few people, hey, do you want to join, help write the paper that needs to be written so that we have the definitions, and then, you know, go to the community, raise the resources, if it's some money if needed, some coding resources, things like that, and go with that.
Thanks, Ron. Kevin?
Yeah, so I'm more focused on our carrier Wi-Fi So I'll probably get in trouble if I speak for our fiber team. But AT&T overall is interested in open standards. I'm not sure where we're at. I think Purple has some open standards as well. So I don't know where that team is at on those things.
Okay. Well, we're liaisoning between BBF and, the WBA's frameworks, both for, managed Wi-Fi and for managed smart home and Purple. So, that we understand that has to take place, but, kind of when, this is kind of the question.
Yeah, I can't speak for that team. Sorry.
And I know, Ron, you do have an opinion on that, but.
Well, all these standards can work together. It's not, it doesn't mean that they don't work together. I've seen people use equipment that they have or software stack that they have and just put an open Wi-Fi agent in there, right? That understands the open Wi-Fi commands or translates into the open Wi-Fi commands into UCentral, and it works. Again, it's people and money, and it's doable.
Thanks.
Any other folks want to ask a question? I have a couple more that I can ask, but maybe Jack, do you have anything?
No, go ahead. You go.
All right. So this is for Kevin. Do you have any advice for any Wi-Fi managed service providers that are open Wi-Fi curious?
Advice. Well, I think most of the vendors here are the folks that you need to reach out to. I think that from an MSP perspective, the companies that are focused on scaling up their net experience, obviously is one of them. Reach out to them.
And then I'm going to go take this one to Brian. Looking at about 2 years, roughly what percentage of your Wi-Fi and switch deployments you think might be coming from the open Wi-Fi community?
It's hard to say what that would be. I think it just depends on us fulfilling the requirements and then figuring out what our growth is for new CapEx as we have to take other equipment down and bring new equipment out.
So some vision, but you can't really say. Fair enough. And then for Iran, you already touched on this a little bit, but are there key capabilities you want to see this community develop, maybe on top of the residential features you've been talking about so far?
I want some. I want more rule engines that check the network to make sure that human errors happen all the time, right? And configurations and provisioning and whatever happens, and rule engines that check and test and make sure that they don't need to fix it, but they need to at least here's a flag, here's something that looks weird, a configuration that looks weird. Do we want to allow it? Do we want to keep it? That's one thing. And the other is integrations with IoT devices. Not necessarily completely control them, but at least make sure, is this IoT device connected? Does it lose connectivity over the last 24 hours for more than 5 seconds or something? Things like that.
Thank you. So any last comments any gentlemen want to make before we head off?
No.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Oh, Drew, no. Come on, Drew. All right, thank you.
Hello. So just before Tiago comes on to close it out, I just wanted to thank everyone again. Thank the WBA. Thank all of you who stayed after the mac and cheese lunch. We were afraid that we're going to have some people sleeping out there after that. So I just wanted to say it was really exciting for me to see our community members and those that are out there deploying open Wi-Fi come up and get a chance to make it real for everyone, make it not a science project, and so everyone can kind of understand that It's an open source community and it's relatively new. Needs some maturity, obviously, but maturity comes from the deployments and the feedback and fixing bugs. And we have an engine that, constantly churning. So I want to thank Jaspreet, who runs our engineering and testing over here. Does a really great job. And Faraz Shari in the back, who's our community support engineer lead. He does all the testing for there. And I don't think I have to say this, but I think, Open Wi-Fi is growing. Our deployments grow each month, sort of on average. And I don't think this will be the last Open Wi-Fi Summit. And again, I feel like if we accomplish our goals and it goes where we want, someday everyone will look back and say, I remember the first one. So thank you all. I appreciate everything.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone, for staying until the end. You guys are the brave ones that hold up until the end of the event. Jack, thank you so much for supporting WBA and the Wireless Global Congress. It's here, the clicker. I'm pretty sure this is the first of many Open Wi-Fi summits. Once more, a big thank you to the sponsors, companies like AirTie, Cisco, Ruckus, Intel, Open Wi-Fi, TIP, Boingo, and many others that support it. Without their support, we could not have these events. I want as well just to highlight our next Congress is going to take place in Paris in October, on the week of the 7th to the 10th of October. Once more is a co-location with the Network X event at the Porte de Versailles Convention Center in Paris. So if you like the topics that we have been driving in WBA, if you like the atmosphere, please join us in Paris. Is available for all the members to participate. I want as well just to give a final two recognitions. One special to AT&T. I still see Erin all from AT&T and Kevin Franzen from AT&T. Thank you so much, guys, for hosting us here in Dallas. It was fantastic to have our members meetings at AT&T office down here. So I will like to request, let's give them a big round of applause to AT&T. And to finalize, I'd like to give a message of recognition as well to my team, special Sarah. Please stand up. Brian, Alice. Who else is on the room? I know that Bruno is outside having Pedro. Please stand up. Don't be shy. You guys do a lot of work on the back to make these events possible and organize all the technical meetings and all these gatherings. So once more, guys, thank you so much for those of you that are traveling today back home. So safe travels and looking forward to see you soon. Thank you.